12th, 2026. Present here today, we have Mr. Lee, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn, myself, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Superintendent Testani, Ms. Rinaldi, and Mr. Krasnoff. If everybody could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
And so at this time, we will move on to item number 3, which is our student reports. And we'd like to start with our brand new Ludlow representatives, Ricto and Nisha. And if we could have the report from Fairfield Ludlow High School. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nisha Maheshwari.
And my name is Ricto Draper, and we are so excited to be this year's student representatives from Fairfield Ludlow High School.
This month, students at Ludlow have been taking AP exams, and we are proud to share that this year we have 472 students taking 1,072 AP exams.
Ludlow juniors recently had a great prom at the FTC, and senior prom is on May 29th. Yesterday, AP art students held an exhibit to showcase their portfolios, and we commend their creativity, hard work, and talent. Tomorrow, the Family and Consumer Science Department will host their annual FCS night, a night in the tropics of students' fashion and food.
Something important we'd like to highlight this week is on Wednesday, May 13th, the Fairfield Ludlow High School Students Against Drunk Driving Club will be performing a creative presentation on the effects of drinking and distracted driving. This is the pre-prom presentation given to our senior class. Throughout the day, the Grim Reaper will visit the senior classrooms, and students will be chosen to wear a black shirt and remain silent throughout the day, thus representing death.
The EMS or a police officer will then enter the room and read their obituary of how they passed in a drunk driving or distracted driving accident. Later, our guest speaker, Felicity from Mothers Against Drunk Driving, will share her story on how she and her friends were hit by a drunk driver on New Year's Eve while they were enjoying a night out.
This creative visual effect is not shown to scare or frighten students. However, it will show how driving while under the influence and making poor decisions can have a serious impact on ourselves and others.
Statistics have shown that in the state of Connecticut last year alone, over 125 young adults were taken due to making poor decisions.
Also this Saturday, Falcons will be participating in the Love Like Casey Walk from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Taft Field. This is a fundraising and awareness event put on by a favorite stub, Mr. Sopa, who lost his son, Casey, to suicide 2 years ago. Mr. Sopa's message is for everyone to know that you are never alone, and his foundation supports anyone in need, and Falcons are very excited to support this cause.
Finally, the music department just held a Night of Jazz fundraiser this past Friday and a Mother's Day concert performed by Ludlow alumni on Sunday. This week, the Music Honor Society Tri-M is hosting the Keys concert fundraiser on Tuesday. Ludlow sports will be finishing the regular season soon, with some teams and athletes preparing for the postseason.
Thank you for our support to our school community.
Thank you so much. And now for the final meeting for our ward representatives. If we could have your report, please.
Good evening, board members. Thank you all for allowing us to represent Fairfield Board High School in front of the Board of Education. We first received our Class of 2026 shirts, which were designed by our graphic design department. And we hear that the senior yard signs will be delivered in the near future.
We look forward to a host of end-of-the-year senior activities, starting with the prom, which will take place this Friday at the Fairfield Theater Company. Also on Friday, yearbooks will be distributed to seniors.
The Fairfield Board Collegiate Signing Day will take place this coming Monday to celebrate all athletes continuing their athletic journey in the future.
The National Honor Society had their induction ceremony last week, where we inducted members of the junior class and celebrated our graduating seniors. We were happy for both our softball and baseball teams for a win against Ludlow.
Also, next Wednesday, we have the acceptance bell ceremonies, where students will announce their future plans and take pictures with their families.
We are looking forward to senior experience starting in 2 weeks, senior elementary school visits, cap and gown pickup, and finally, graduation.
And for future plans, I will be attending Syracuse University to study business management at the honors program.
And I'll be attending Colgate University, majoring in biology on the pre-med track. We thank you for your time and thank you for allowing us to represent Ward.
And if we could have a quick pause, we do have a couple of certificates for you, and we're just enormously appreciative of your commitment to the board, for updating us on what's going on, and just sharing this time with us. And as always, do any board members have any questions of our representatives? Okay. So again, thank you so much. Obviously, as always, you're welcome to stay. But if you choose not to, because you have some other things to do, we certainly understand. So we look forward to seeing you May 26th, and we wish you all the best. Now, we'll move on to public comment. At this time, if there is anyone who'd like to come up for public comment on any agenda items, if you could please come up, turn the microphone on, give us your name and address for the minutes, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello? Okay. Ellie Fatahi, 98 Flora Boulevard. Leading research from the Brookings Institution and child development advocacy organizations such as FairPlay shows that current AI systems pose significant and unacceptable risks to children's cognitive development, equity, privacy, and emotional well-being. Based on this evidence, student-facing generative AI should not be used in schools at this time without comprehensive safeguards and evidence of safety. The Brookings Institution Center for Universal Education released an analysis in January 2026 that AI can actively undermine foundational cognitive development, particularly in children and adolescents whose reasoning skills are still forming. They warn of a cognitive offloading loop in which students increasingly rely on AI to perform higher order thinking tasks, such as synthesis, argument construction, and evaluation, rather than practicing these skills themselves. Unlike calculators or spell checkers, generative AI replaces reasoning rather than supporting it, weakening students' ability to identify misinformation, construct logic, and engage in independent problem solving. FairPlay states that when children are given AI-generated answers, explanations, or writing, their learning becomes passive. This directly contradicts decades of cognitive science showing that struggle and feedback are essential to learning and memory formation. The researchers also found AI in schools exacerbates educational inequity. Student data privacy and surveillance risks are severe. AI harms social, emotional, and relational development, and that there is currently insufficient evidence to justify student-facing AI use in K through 12 settings. Brookings explicitly states that the risks outweigh the benefits at this time, and that AI should at most supplement adult educators, not replace instruction, assessment, or feedback. FairPlay, joined by over 260 organizations and experts, calls for a 5-year pause on generative AI in K through 12 schools to allow time for independent research, child-specific safety standards, and enforceable regulations. The evidence is clear. Student-facing AI should not be used in schools today. Schools must be places of intellectual growth, trust, and human connection, not laboratories for unregulated technology. I ask for a moratorium on the implementation of student-facing AI until the technology has been deemed safe and effective. We made a mistake with cell phones and Chromebooks. We handed kids unregulated technology, and now we are witnessing the first generation to be less cognitively capable than their parents at the same age, and an unprecedented rate of mental illness in individuals under 25. Please press pause on AI and instead conduct a technology audit so we can better understand the Chromebook utilization before we enter into a new era of regret.
Okay. Thank you. Any other members of the public? Okay. Thank you so much. we're now going to move on to item 5 on our agenda. Presentations, starting with recognition of excellence, Odyssey of the Mind champions. So a little something about Odyssey of the Mind, if you've, I don't know, been living under a rock and missed it, because it's a very exciting event in Fairfield. This Odyssey of the Mind is a creative, collaborative, sponsored by NASA, problem-solving activity and competition that Fairfield has been especially actively engaged in for the last 15 years. It's open to kindergarten through college-age students. And in its first year back in 2010, the 2010-2011 school year, I was delighted to have the board recognize my team, and it is absolutely my delight to continue that tradition each year with the winning Odyssey of the Mind teams. We did have, I believe it was 7 teams that competed back at the end of March, and I'm delighted to say that 3 of the teams have qualified for Worlds taking place in Iowa. And so one word, a couple of the teams, well, one of the teams was unable to make it due to other commitments for the children. So this team was coached by Julie Sau. It was a middle school problem 2. But we do have one member of our elementary school team, and then we have our 3rd middle school team here, and I would like to recognize them at this time. So competing in the grades 3 through 5, Division 1 Problem 4, which involves a balsa wood construction to withstand weight. And it's amazing what this thin wood can do and what these children learn about construction. I would be remiss if I did not say that one of my absolute favorite things about Odyssey of the Mind is that it is of a almost biblical level of seriousness that parents are hands off. This is not your Pinewood Derby, dad helps a little bit with the car kind of activity. This is every line of the script, every bit of the setting, the costumes you are about to see, all of them completely made by the students involved. So I would like to invite up one young man who is from this elementary school team, coached by Dina Kuravilla. And this student who will come up briefly is Zane Warzy. Yes. And our 3rd team, coached by Sonia Abdel Ravik. This is a team which, actually, I apologize. I want to back up. I do have the team member names for the other middle school team that were not able to be here, coached by Julie Sau. They are Victoria Kim, Nico Fogel, Arya Sharma, Avani Madaram, Sorin Ryu, Charles Voisin, and Louisa Voisin. And again, unfortunately, they and their malfunctioning device in a suitcase, which they transport in a time machine to different cultures, they couldn't be with us here tonight. But with us here tonight, presenting the middle school problem 3, the classics problem, and their solution, which they are now going to bring to Iowa, involved an artist's life-size sketchbook that comes to life with an eraser beast in pursuit, with the goddess of the pencil case offering guidance. The artist comes to realize that characters do not need to be destroyed in pursuit of perfection. And with that wonderful lead-in, I would like to welcome up, representing 3 different middle schools. Hold on one second. From Tomlinson Middle School, Shaden Haneen Warzy and Kala Saltz. From Roger Ludlow Middle School, Claire Totino. And from Fairfield Woods, Talia Baker and Gracelyn Blumenfeld, and joined by their coach. If you could come up into the middle so we could grab your picture. Thank you. And I do apologize, one name was left off the list, so congratulations to Julia Wise as well. And again, good luck to all of these teams as they head off to Iowa. I know that then your next couple of weeks will be filled with your final practices, and of course for you coaches, finishing off your fundraising. I wish you the best of luck, and Fairfield Public Schools will be rooting for you, and I look forward to seeing the results, so thank you. And your costumes are fantastic. All right, thank you so much. Moving on to the next presentation. This is the recognition of excellence of NG 911 Institute Award winners. Let me turn it over to Mr. Testani.
Thank you. Tonight I have the privilege of announcing the ASL Award for Rhett Sealfon and members of the ASL Club. In late April, Ludlow High School American Sign Language student Rhett Sealfon traveled to Washington, D.C. to accept the NG 911 Citizen in Action Award in recognition of her connection to an ASL training event held last year to help law enforcement officers better support members of the hard of hearing community. Joining Rhett at the event were current Ludlow ASL teacher and advisor Jennifer Mazzone, Wright House principal Barry Rabin, and Fairfield school resource officers Kevin McFadden and Ed Kovac. The event was a meaningful celebration of collaboration and advocacy. One of the evening's award recipients shared with Rhett afterward that she was incredibly poised at the podium, and that it felt very special to be connected to such an important and impactful work through the NG 911 Institute. That sentiment speaks not only to Rhett's leadership, but to the values and dedication of everyone involved in this initiative. Tonight, we're going to share a short video with Rhett explaining the program. For those at home, the video is posted on our website underneath tonight's agenda.
Hi, my name is Rhett. I am a junior in Fairfield. I started learning ASL at 9 years old, and ASL became very important to me. During my freshman year, I joined the ASL club when it just started, and now I am the president of the club. In 2025, we worked with the Fairfield Police Department to teach some basic ASL. We discussed how to communicate with deaf individuals, especially in emergency situations, like how to get someone's attention, communicating clearly by making sure your face is visible. Everyone communicates differently, and in emergencies, accessibility becomes more important. The officers were very engaged, and we had meaningful conversations. We invited the police cadets to try learning some ASL. It was really amazing to bring our community together. I hope to continue growing the ASL club and to create more opportunities like this in the future.
So this evening, we are proud to recognize members of the ASL Club who are here to share in this honor. Rhett Sealfon, Hayden Waskowitz, and Erica Flynn. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication. Along with the former ASL Club advisor, Liza Allers, and current advisor, Jennifer Mazzone, these students have done a remarkable job growing the club and creating meaningful opportunities to connect with and support the broader community. Their work reflects the very best Fairfield Public Schools has to offer, which is compassion, leadership, inclusion, and a commitment to making a difference in the community for others. Please join me in congratulating and thanking Rhett, Hayden, and Erica for their outstanding efforts. Come on up.
So again, congratulations. Thank you so much for how beautifully you represented Fairfield Ludlow High School and Fairfield Public Schools. Next at this time, we're going to move on to item 5C, presentation of the science curriculum status update and presentation. And for board members, those are enclosures 1 and 1A. Is James coming up with?
Good evening, Zakia Parrish, Deputy Superintendent. I have the pleasure of introducing our Program Director of K-12 Science and STEAM, Ms. Justine LaSala. She's going to lead you all through the update for the science curriculum.
Is that working? Yes. And I'd like to introduce Mrs. No. Oh, okay, great. Oh, good. I'd like to introduce Mrs. Sonia Werner. She's the Science Department Liaison at Fairfield Board High School and one of our science teachers. I'm so glad she could join us this evening. For moral support. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to present the status update from the Science Department. The work of the Science Department is always framed by the Fairfield Public Schools mission and vision of the graduate, and this will continue during our upcoming curriculum revision. In 2011, the National Resource Council released the framework for K-12 science education to provide standards for improvements in K-12 science education. The vision of the framework for science education is science for all and identifies core learning goals for all students K-12, regardless of their future career education or career path. The goal is to inspire and prepare every learner for life, college, careers, and global competitiveness. The framework outlines what students should know and be able to do in a coherent K-12 learning progression for both science content and the science and engineering practices. Students' understandings of scientific concepts are expected to be developed over time in a spiral manner. Through these learning progressions, the framework provides a clear and explicit progression of knowledge and skills to support a vertically aligned science curriculum. In addition, the framework provides a vision for a three-dimensional approach to science learning. In this three-dimensional approach, the learning of core science content is intertwined with the practices of science and engineering and the cross-cutting concepts. The standards presented in the framework are organized into 3 dimensions. The 8 science and engineering practices describe behaviors scientists and engineers engage in, such as analyzing and interpreting data and constructing scientific explanations. The 7 cross-cutting concepts outline the overarching concepts that link all disciplines of science. They are patterns, cause and effect, system and system models, energy and matter, structure and function, stability and change, and scale, proportion, and quantity. The framework identifies in the 3rd dimension the core content students are expected to learn in 11 core disciplinary ideas across the 4 major disciplines of science. These 4 disciplines are identified as physical science, life science, earth and space science, and engineering. These core ideas are further divided into 39 sub-ideas that are organized to progress in complexity from kindergarten through 12th grade. In addition, the framework outlines how both student learning and assessment should occur in the nexus of these three dimensions. In the classroom, students are expected to engage with relevant science and engineering practices, core ideas, and cross-cutting concepts to explain how or why a phenomenon occurs. And in assessment, students are expected to demonstrate their proficiency in the practices, the core ideas, and the cross-cutting concepts at the same time rather than separately. The next generation science standards are built directly from the framework, and they translate that vision into specific measurable student outcomes. The NGSS are written as performance expectations at the elementary level and grade-specific performance expectations at the elementary level and grade band performance expectations at the secondary level. These performance expectations specify what students should be able to do to demonstrate understanding on large-scale state assessments. Each performance expectation is three-dimensional. It's important to note that NGSS performance expectations are not lessons, units, or curriculum sequences, and they are not the only learning goals for students in a curriculum. There are additional learning goals for students that sit under the performance expectations and that need to be addressed to support students to meet the performance expectations. The goal of a local curriculum is to articulate how students will meet the expectations of both the framework and the NGSS. An example of a lesson level three-dimensional learning goal for third grade aligned to the standards would be students will analyze and interpret data to make a claim about how the environment, specifically the weather conditions, affects an organism's ability to survive. Using the lens of patterns, students will analyze and interpret data to make sense of the relationship between the amount of precipitation in a location and the different needs of different species of plants for survival. In a lesson designed to meet this learning goal, students would be provided data on the water needs of different plants in different locations on Earth. They would construct graphs of that data. They would identify patterns in the data and then use those patterns to make predictions and claims. As far as where we are currently with our K-8 science curriculum, currently in elementary, we have Fairfield Public Schools design units based upon mystery science as our instructional resource. The content is currently based on the grade level NGSS expectations. So going forward, that won't change with a curriculum revision because it's going to be the same content for each grade level. Earth science, life science, and physical science are addressed every year in elementary. We call that an interdisciplinary science curriculum. And we have district-aligned common assessments for grades 3 to 5. In middle school, currently we have locally designed units for discipline-specific courses. Grade 6 is earth and space science, grade 7 is life science, grade 8 is physical science. We also currently have district developed NGSS aligned common assessments for each unit in each of those courses. In the current program of studies for the high school, we recommend that students follow the 9th, 10th, 11th grade sequence highlighted here at the top. Right now, it is only a recommendation. Our electives include Dangerous Planet, Cosmos, Marine Science, Planets Ocean, 2 Anatomy and Physiology classes, Nutritional Chemistry, Chemistry of Medicines, 2 Forensics courses, and Physics of Music. We offer all of the College Board AP Science courses, Biology, Chemistry, Environmental Science, Physics 1, Physics 2, and Physics C. It's important to note that Physics 2 has not run for many years. Often we do not get large enrollment for that course, and generally we advise students to take Physics C if possible. In addition, the science department offers 4 dual enrollment ECE courses. The Cosmo course is with Sacred Heart University. Physics of Music is with Quinnipiac. And AP Physics C and AP Environmental Science are ECE courses with UConn. Another highlight of our current program are shared experiences in science. We partner with the Mill River Wetland Committee to provide experiences for 2nd graders, 4th graders, and 2 experiences for our 5th graders. The 3rd grade Audubon program at Southport Beach has been something that we've been involved with for many years. It's usually supported with a grant that the Audubon Center receives to support that. And the Discovery Science Center receives a grant from the town of Fairfield to provide programming to our Fairfield students. These include planetarium experiences for our middle school students, as well as planetarium experiences that align with the ECE Cosmos course. The marine science course at the high school also includes multiple field trips, of which Ms. Werner runs, to our local seashore different areas around Fairfield. All of these experiences are integrated with our curriculum and help support our curricular goals. In Connecticut, assessments aligned to the next generation science standards are administered to all public school students in Connecticut at grade 5, 8, and 11. The tests at each grade assess students' understanding of NGSS across 3 grade bands, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9, 11 in high school. In 2025, 69% of all students in grades 5, 8, and 11 met or exceeded proficiency on the state assessment. And in grade 5, 74% of students met or exceeded proficiency. In grade 8, 67% met or exceeded proficiency. In grade 11, 68% met or exceeded proficiency. This data provides us with a picture of the relationship between students' course completion and their performance on the NGSS assessment. There were this is data from 2025. There were 630 students that participated in the NGSS who also participated in the grade, let me revise that, sorry. These are students that have been with us for their entire career in Fairfield Public Schools. They've been with us since 8th grade, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. There were 630 students that did that. In this data set here, we have 607 students. 23 we did not include because they either attended Aqua or did not take 3 years of science coursework. Those students that followed Pathway 1, that took a biology course, a chemistry course, and then a physics course, met or exceeded 74.5% of them met or exceeded proficiency. Whereas in the second pathway includes students who took biology, a chemistry course, and then something else. Only 61.3% of those students met or exceeded proficiency. If we were to remove students who took an AP course, not following the sequence from Pathway 2, only 31.9% of those students met or exceeded proficiency. So this year, the science department has engaged in an analysis of our current curriculum to plan for the revision of the curriculum. We examined NGSS performance data to identify any weaknesses and areas for improvement. For example, genetics in the middle school has been a consistent area of weakness for students that we feel like we need to address. We also analyzed students' course enrollment and completion to get a better picture of what students are taking and not taking. You saw that some of that information on the previous slide. We also mapped and analyzed which NGSS performance expectations, of which there are 71 for the high school, that can be assessed on the NGSS assessment, are currently addressed in each high school course. This highlighted an area that needs to be addressed in our curriculum revision. When the curriculum was last revised, NGSS standards were tagged into existing courses and newly created electives. The standards were assigned to courses rather than a focus on which standards students would be provided instruction on. And some NGSS performance expectations were not addressed in any course. This is an issue because if students complete 3 credits in courses that only address lifestyle standards, they miss instruction in physical science and earth science. And in addition, all the earth science standards were designated to elective courses. And if students do not take any of those electives, they're not provided any instruction in those standards. Some other things we've worked on this year, we've done a lot of professional learning as a department on high quality instructional materials for science and the role in that in supporting science teaching and learning, and the EQUIP rubric, which helps us to identify high quality instructional materials for science. I've been doing research in surrounding districts and within the state to see what other districts are doing with their science programs. And in addition, the entire secondary science department has been involved in this work all this year. At the elementary level, I've convened an elementary science curriculum committee with representatives from each building. So looking forward to where we're thinking of going with our curriculum revision. What we're looking to accomplish include the following. We want to make sure that all our courses are standards aligned in that they include anchoring phenomena-driven units, unit storylines that support phenomena-driven learning, 3-dimensional standards-aligned unit learning goals, assured hands-on instructional tasks that support student sense-making in science, a coherent standards-aligned 3-dimensional assessment system, new instructional materials for teachers to support lesson planning, and new text resources to support student learning. In addition, for secondary science, we are looking towards a vertically aligned grades 6 to 11 core sequence that addresses all required and assessed NGSS disciplinary core ideas and performance expectations, and also build students' proficiency in the science and engineering practices over time. At the middle school level, we're looking towards building interdisciplinary versus discipline-specific courses. This would require some content to move between grade levels. For example, we would move genetics, which I mentioned before, from grade 7 to grade 8, and we would move chemical reactions from grades 8 to grade 7. It's just an example. It is important to note that this would impact the rollout of the new curriculum because we would not be able to implement the new curriculum in grade 7 and 8 at the same time. But we would need to roll up the curriculum with the students. At the high school level, we would like to suggest a required 3-year course sequence of 9th grade biology, 10th grade chemistry, and 11th grade physics. Earth and space science standards and engineering standards would be included in each of those courses. For biology, the content of the course would not change from our current biology course, but we are looking for a new instructional resource for teachers to support lesson planning. With the chemistry courses, we plan to create just one chemistry course to be titled chemistry that approaches teaches chemistry in line with the standards. Currently we have a chemistry curriculum and an environmental chemistry curriculum, and the idea is that we would merge those 2 courses into one. They both address the same physical science standards. However, the current chemistry curriculum organizes the standards into units by topics with very little integration of the science and engineering practices and cross-cutting concepts. The environmental chemistry course organizes the standards into phenomena-driven units, which we want for all of our courses that are NGSS aligned. And so the thinking is that we could take the best of both of those courses and merge them together. Our current physics course was recently revised and updated to better align to the standards and currently integrates earth and space science and engineering content. The thinking is we would only make minor adjustments to that course, mostly around the sequencing of topics. And for the electives, we plan to offer courses that are high interest to students and provide learning opportunities and experiences above and beyond the core curriculum. Work on revising the curriculum, the electives will begin in the fall. I just wanted to end with a focus on why we would propose a 3-year core high school sequence. Firstly, it would provide a basic level of scientific literacy for all students. A 3-year course sequence would meet the vision of the standards by ensuring all students gain a common foundational understanding of basic but important scientific facts so that they are able to engage in public discussion on science-related issues, be critical consumers of scientific information, and continue to learn science throughout their lives. It would also improve the college and career readiness of our students. The NGSS science and engineering practices emphasize data analysis, mathematical and computational thinking, and design thinking, key skills for higher education and careers. Coursework in biology, chemistry, and physics is foundational to success in many non-STEM career paths. In addition, competitive colleges expect to see chemistry and physics on a student's transcript as an indicator of academic rigor. Also, another reason why we would propose this is for building vertically aligned learning progressions. Students are expected to be proficient in complex science and engineering practices by the end of 11th grade. These skills need to be developed over multiple years in a coherent sequence of learning for students. With a required course sequence, teachers would be able to be sure that students have been provided foundational learning experiences that can be built upon in subsequent years with increasing complexity. And lastly, it would provide guaranteed learning experiences for all of our students and all the standards. The 3-year sequence is the only way to ensure students have comprehensive coverage of all of the high school performance expectations that are assessed on the NGSS assessment. Currently, some students are not taking coursework that provides them with learning opportunities in alignment with those standards and are taking electives as an alternate path to meet credit requirements. This spring and summer, we plan to continue to review possible instructional resources and begin writing the first draft of our core course curricula for grades K through 11. Next year, we will turn our focus towards the high school electives. We plan to survey students to determine their interests, and then we will be engaging in the iterative process of writing, reviewing, and revising our curriculum documents. I've included a few core resources that we use as a department to ground our thinking during the review and revision process. The link to the framework, the NGSS, and the EQUIP rubric, and I have also included an NGSS informational guide for school boards. And with that all said, I will take any questions if you have them.
So just a note, in addition to the presentation, you also have a copy of the enrollment numbers for the current enrollment numbers for the science courses. Before Ms. LaSala and her team begins this work, we ask that members of the public as well as members of the board provide feedback. There is a link in this presentation that allows you to provide feedback. So we do ask you to do so by Friday, May 29th, so that they can begin this work, so that it can be brought to you for your review and approval in the fall of 2027. Thank you.
So thank you, and I just want to piggyback on that, which is just as a reminder to staff, this was something that we voted on in policy, I forget, 3-4 years ago, is the inclusion of this step in the curriculum process. That rather than wait until we're seeing, and at that point, we didn't even have a curriculum committee. So rather than wait for that presentation at the board level after 2 years worth of work, only to get the board feedback, but wait a minute, you don't have blank. And what an unfair position that puts staff in to have no sense of what the board expectations were or interests or curiosity. To have this step here where you can see what direction they're planning to go, take some questions now, gain a better understanding. And then the final step that Dr. Parrish just referenced is that please take advantage of that curriculum doc. I do believe that both the curriculum committee and staff will be, really taking a hard look at that in terms of gauging what any of us are interested in. So I do encourage you to please take advantage of that. So at this time, any questions? Mr. Krasnov.
Thank you. I was lucky enough to see this already, but I do have a question, and it came up in our curriculum committee. Is the AP Bio for 9th grade still on the table if we were to go to that sequence? I think it's important to maybe let everyone know that if I believe, and you could probably explain it better, if they go to the sequence, they may add AP Bio availability for freshmen. That was one of our concerns, that people were taking a different track because they were trying to fit all the AP courses. Maybe you can explain it a little better.
Yeah, exactly. And I have heard from families and students over the past couple of years asking for an opportunity for acceleration in 9th grade. And I think that we could possibly offer AP biology to freshmen. We would probably include, Sonia and I talked about this, include requirements for a math coursework completion to make sure that they were prepared mathematically. But that would provide them with an opportunity for acceleration, but also to be able to complete that biology, chemistry, physics sequence. One thing that comes up a lot with the science department, we do always get a group of students that want to take every AP science class we offer. It's really hard to fit them in, especially since we have the mini, right? So that's extra, it bumps out into their schedule. And I think that possibly offering that is a 9th grade option would give more students an opportunity to take every single AP science class.
I appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Lee.
Just curious, when we talk about the state assessment, what's the state average compared to us? So we're 69% grades 5, 8, and 11. What's the state average? Or what's Fairfield County's average compared to us?
Unfortunately, I had that on there, but I took it off. So I don't have it with me. I don't want to guess right now.
Okay.
Sorry,
If you can
but I
get
could get that for you.
get that.
Yes.
And why the drop between 5th grade and 11th grade with assessment?
This is just my personal opinion. It's not necessarily, I don't know if this, anyway, I will say that the 5th grade standards assess science content that is more general knowledge. So if you are a student that grows up with a family who takes you to museums and reads you books, you'll be exposed to all of these ideas and concepts. But once we get to secondary school, the content that is learned ends up being much more specific, science focused, not things people talk about on a daily basis in their houses. So the level of science content really changes.
And then no one wants to take physics 2 AP?
What happens is that most kids who want to take the second AP physics course generally tend to want to go to an engineering school. And if that's the case, we really encourage them to take the physics C because it's calculus based, rather than AP physics 2, which is algebra based, because that's what colleges want to see.
Thanks.
Mrs. Jacobson?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'll jump to pages. Just have a few questions. Page 7 for the elementary piece. NGSS for all science, but in elementary suggests that dedicated instructional time in science on a weekly basis is what is recommended in order to implement that. Is there any thinking on your part, the fact that science in elementary school is only half the year?
Well, of course, I'd like it more, but
And it's definitely not weekly, so.
no, but we split, well, with the new schedule, we have more time for science. It's gonna be 45 minutes for elementary. And then the social studies director and I divide that year up into the units over the course of the year.
Okay. I'm going to jump to the assessment piece. And I heard you say that you did some research. I'd like to see that correlation with the sequencing because the data suggests that our non-high need students are well above 80% and plus, and that our high need students are actually on the low side. So I'm not sure the correlation or the causation with the sequencing versus how we're supporting our other students. So I might put some of these questions into the sheet and we can think about how we're better supporting high need students because for all of these grades, the numbers are significantly higher when you break out the subgroup populations. But I'm hearing causation on the sequencing, and I'm not necessarily that that's the case here.
So I could give you more data, but we did look at the high need students in pathway 1 versus the high need students in pathway 2, and they have a much higher proficiency in pathway 1.
Right. The other
Ms.
question.
Jacobson, may I follow up on that?
Oh, sure, of course.
My understanding of that was of high needs or not, it was literally there was content that isn't covered when they're on pathway 2. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, so I'll give you another example. So sometimes we have students who is a junior, they take AP environmental science instead of physics. And we see that in the physical science section, they don't meet proficiency. Because if you don't learn something, there's no way you can.
So because the word I was looking to clarify that Mrs. Jacobson used in terms of support, this isn't even exactly a matter of support. This is literally they haven't received curriculum that they are then going to be assessed on.
Exactly.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, yeah,
Thank you so much, Mrs. Jacobson.
Sure, there's still a big discrepancy there. The other question I had is with this proposal, so a couple things. One, we don't require 3 years of lab-based science as a district. So to say we're going to require that, I think just raises a policy discussion. And neither does the state, right? So they don't require any science really at all. So that's a concern for me. I'd also, it looks like you did research on the pathways, but did we correlate that with the math sequencing? So if we're going to push down, let's say you want to require physics in grade 11. So we've got students who don't all take Algebra 1 in grade 8 or above. And in some instances, some of that decision might be because they want to complete Algebra 2 in junior year before they take the physics in senior year. And with the new math curriculum having grade-based entrance requirements, some of these sciences having prerequisites in math, and not only prerequisites in math, but an actual grade, an A or better, a B or better. So again, I'll put some of this in the sheet, but to think about as we're developing that, how are we collaborating with the math department on changes in order to not close doors?
Absolutely.
Right, and because I don't want to say, well, you have to take it in grade 11, but you didn't complete Algebra 2 because you weren't in Algebra 1, and now we've got a math issue. Or even when you're talking about the Physics C and you having to be in calculus, and that too has grade and sequencing. So there's a big math component in here that I didn't see addressed necessarily in here. That's a concern, and trying to push this down for a year for kids that may not have the math yet.
I would just say that students wouldn't need Algebra 2 to take CP physics. It's not a requirement.
That would be a choice, though.
Well,
Right.
according to the standards, according to NGSS standards and the level of math that they need to achieve the standards in our CP course, they would only need a Algebra 1.
Right, so if you don't want to take that and you want the option to take an honors or an AP, should they not have the option to wait until they have the math? So from this and I hear what you're saying. I understand where you're going. You want to see these numbers change. But I also hear the other part of your presentation that says We just want kids to graduate when they go into the world, to have the conversations, to be college and career ready. That's not dependent on grade 11.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that's dependent on the core sequence, because the core sequence, the people who created the framework, um, just the thinking there is this is basic scientific literacy for all students. So these are the things that we think are the most important for citizens to be knowledgeable about. And I think the idea would be to get it in the first 3 years and then allow students opportunity to choose electives as seniors.
Okay, so that just might be something, a further conversation to talk about.
And can I add one other thing to
sure.
what you said too, is that the one thing that's nice about the AP Sciences is the AP Sciences, I feel, could be taken as right, we have lots of students right now who take AP Chemistry in 10th grade. They don't take a chemistry course, they go right into AP Chemistry. But we have students who can take a chemistry course in 10th grade and then decide senior year, they want to take AP Chemistry. So you can kind of take those AP courses at different times. And so that's still always open to everybody in the way that we sequenced it.
Okay. I already talked about the math piece. I think that was it for now. I assume on page 13, though, where it says K11, a guaranteed standards aligned core curriculum for all students. I mean, we still want the grade 12 classes.
Well, I think we are thinking more the grade 12 is more electives and student choice.
Okay. All right, well, I'll kick that over to policy to ponder, just because we don't require that. And that does mean a full year of changes and other opportunities that kids might want to take other than that. So,
Yeah, I think it's also I did dig into a large number of other districts local around us and districts that are comparable to us. And though they might not have a required sequence, there's a lot of other requirements built into their program of studies. So the electives have a lot of prereqs, which kind of guide students on a specific path. Some districts say you have to have 1 credit of life science, 1 credit of physical science. So there's other ways that districts are guiding student enrollment in science courses in high school. A lot of it I see is through prerequisites. So, in another district, you can't take forensics until you've completed biology, geometry, chemistry, and physics. Concurrent enrollment with physics is recommended. So they're really kind of guiding it through that way.
yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because I looked as well. And safe to say that there is no district that has this required. There's no other. We would be the only one to do this to students. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Flynn?
Thank you very much. Mine are mostly numbers questions. Do we have a count on how many students only take 3 years of science? I know we have the additional requirement for the 3 years of STEM, but could we get a number on just how many students just take 3 years of science? I'd be interested to hear that. Do we, I don't know if this is for Dr. Parrish, do we have any other of our, academic areas where we require a sequence like this?
No, there aren't any that have a specific sequence recommended but not required.
I would also be concerned to look at that math piece too. I asked this in curriculum committee, like, who is that 161? And we've kind of gotten a little bit of insight into it seems a large chunk is AP. Another chunk is maybe something else. I think I want to kind of, for me personally in the sheet, it's going to be a lot of who is that 161 and what is that pathway and why are they taking it? Before we start exploring why we're going to kind of force everyone down one path, I would really like to know why those 161 are taking a different path. Because I think, we do have in my opinion, kind of, you get on one math track, you're kind of there. I'm seeing that. So I just want to make sure before we create another track here that we're not creating, in the efforts to get kids all the information we want to get them, taking away from other areas that they may want to be focused on, or that is their career path. And they know that they need to meet this, and this for their desired school. I mean, we only require 1 year of foreign language. I know there's a plethora of schools that require 4. So while we're looking at this, I really think that this, uncoupled from looking at our graduation requirements, could get a little sticky for me. I don't know how we untangle that, and I'm not putting that on you. Like I said, I think your goals are for our science curriculum and where we're going with that, and that's your purview. So I think for us, when we're looking at it as a holistic picture, we're kind of getting into, we got to look at the whole picture a little bit before we go down this path. I'm not saying this isn't the path we're going to go down, but I just want to make sure we're preserving everybody else's path as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and just to answer, just to respond to what you're saying. So, right, my goals here are supporting our kids to have a strong scientific background. I want them to be successful, and I think they can. And I think traditionally, not all students took a physics course, and I think with NGSS, the thinking is that it's really important for students to have a basic level of understanding, and we really want, that is really the goal behind why I'm presenting this idea. I also think that what I have noticed is when we have students that are not taking these kind of traditional core courses and taking electives only, the electives, what it does is it waters down the electives. Because if students haven't taken the core sciences, they don't have that foundational knowledge and skills. And so they go to the elective and they know nothing about the topic. So I've seen that, and we've improved that over the years because we added environmental chemistry. We're really up to, when I started here, we had so many students who were not taking a chemistry course. Now we're up to over 95% taking one of the chemistry courses in 10th grade. But what was happening is if I went to the chemistry of medicines or nutritional chemistry, you would have kids in there that never took chemistry. So what they had to start with was the basic structure of the atom. So you're really not going above and beyond into chemistry of medicines and organic chemistry and then the students who have already taken chemistry, the electives get kind of, so that's the other thing to thinking about is this foundational knowledge and skills. And then we can provide students with electives that are really the next level of learning and kind of see what their career options and other options out there.
That's interesting. And I actually when I was looking at other districts, one thing that I noticed, especially for our math and science courses, we're one of the few districts that don't have, we only have 3 levels. So it's, our college prep, our honors, and our AP. We don't have anything kind of to cover maybe students that aren't meeting that college prep level just yet. So in your discussions, was that addressed at all?
No, I mean, what we were thinking about is the CP courses would be just meeting the standards, right? So we have these standards for NGSS. The courses would be designed so that students meet the standards. The honors courses will go above and beyond, more into depth, more content, deeper into that content. So,
okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
Just to follow up on something, my concern is this: those high-risk students, they're not. Chances are, I get it. If you want to be an engineer or something like that in the world of science, you're going to focus on these. What I'm worried about is those kids that aren't, and now are behind, whether because they couldn't take a math, they can only up to an algebra because of their skill level, skill set. Some of those electives, I mean, like Earth, the Dangerous Planet. I think we sell that class short that we don't think our kids can evolve and have educated conversations on things like that. I think when you make a kid who's not able to, with the math component and possibly a physics component, when they're in high school and they don't do well in that class, you know what's going to show up on their transcript is that they perform poorly in a science class that brings their overall GPA down, that they have no intention to go to an engineering bearing school, right? The electives can save a lot of these kids with these courses to meet the state requirement for graduation, which in their mind is important, while still maintaining a GPA. Now, if they're going off to into the world of foreign language and they have 1 year of foreign language, then that's a different story that they have to have, right? But some of these classes, they're going to help these kids and save these kids. And, you know, a lot of these kids, just the thought of chemistry, like you need some math background, I'm assuming. You need a higher reading level, same thing on physics. And some of those high risk kids may not be able to perform as well in that and they need that to boost up their GPA, to keep it going, to move on to onto that next level. Right. And that's my big concern is we're talking how it's almost sounds, and then you're not, but these electives actually help those kids, right? Outside the physics and the APs and stuff that they're not taking. And I think that's important too.
Okay. Yeah, my thinking is we can build those core courses to be supportive of all of those students and be accessible by all those students. And I think with the physics course and the redesign, the phenomena that we're using is very much real world. It's applicable to everybody. Students learn how a microwave works and how we use the electromagnetic spectrum and technology. They're more, it's not the chemistry and physics course that I took when I went to high school. It is a more all student focused accessible course. So I don't want you to think that it's not a place where needier students can't be successful, because it absolutely is. Yes, yes. Can Ms. Werner?
So I just want to address, I just finished in physics. I teach a CP physics course, and I just taught the waves unit, and we used the microwave as our phenomenon. And we used a unit from one of our resources that the physics course is using some of these courses from Open SciEd. And it starts slow, it starts basic, everybody's on board. The way the instructional materials work is it's all inclusive of everybody in the classroom. They think through their ideas together. We work in groups. We have a microwave in the classroom. We do the experiments. We see how the waves work. We apply the properties. They see it physically happening with the food. Like, one of the things we learned, the reason there's a turntable, why the food spins, is because the waves go up and down, and you're not going to get even heating unless you move the food around, because the magnetron works this way. Every student in the class was able to model how this happens and explain the wave properties. Then they were able to transfer that waves and how that works to the sun's radiation coming through our atmosphere, because they learned it from the microwave unit. So every student was able to do this.
So is that a different
Yes,
kind of
yes.
physics than that's on the AP exam?
Dig into the content of the different physics courses. It is not the AP physics course. It's not. And with the NGSS standards, the thinking was the physics content that is explored needs to be more expansive than it was traditionally. When I went to high school, it was kinematics, motion. There's 2 units of that. They're just very basic units, but it is also include more expansive physics topics. Physics is a very large field, and so we do the electromagnetic spectrum, we do the formation of the universe, we include space science, we include the orbital motion in the solar system. So we it's a more expansive physics course, and you're thinking it's a lot of different topics. And again, the waves unit is very much about technology and the different radio waves, satellite services. They learn about how waves are used in all those different technologies. So it's not the same as and not even the honors physics is almost very
Eh,
different course in some ways.
And that class on the transcript is gonna say physics for a kid,
Physics.
and that is gonna prepare them for that next level in college compared to a dangerous planet or a planet's ocean.
Oh, and actually, you made me think of something else. So I'll just talk from from personal experience too. I think sometimes students may think that they don't want to go in a STEM career, right? And I don't need to take physics because I don't want to do a STEM career. My own son's in college now, and he's doing construction management. And he's had to take 2 physics courses. And he tells me that a lot of his fellow students are really, really struggling because they never took physics in high school. Like they just thought they were going to kind of go to this non-STEM areas. So I think there's a lot of fields and a lot of different career paths that may require this foundational understanding. And I think it's really hard to take physics for the first time in college if you never took it in high school. So that's, again, going to that idea of this foundational learning for all students. And the CP course is very much conceptual understandings focused, right? It's not math heavy. There's a little bit of math. For the CP chemistry and physics, it's both algebra based and, you know, just basic algebra, and it's more of a conceptual focus.
Okay, Mr. Krasnoff.
Thank you. So the physics requirement was the one thing that kind of scared me a bit, and you explained it to us in our curriculum a little bit. Now you've explained it even more. My question is, are our current students aware that it's a little more approachable? Because I think people think physics, they think scary math, and maybe they're not good at math, and it scares students off from currently taking it. So maybe we can try to encourage students over the next year or two, while you're reviewing everything, to take these so we can see, maybe come back with some good stories to help show us that it is working. It is kind of a new curriculum, or not really a new curriculum, but a new way of approaching it. Just food for thought. It might help sell it to not only us, to students taking it.
Yeah, and I will go back to when I started here 7 years ago, when I looked at the high school, there were large numbers of students not taking any physical science course. They would take biology, they would take forensics, and they would take anatomy and physiology, and they would graduate with only taking life science. And that is why we've been really encouraging students to take a 10th grade course, and we've really been very successful with that. It's taken a lot of work, mostly with adults, with the counselors, informing parents about this pathway and providing a course that is accessible for all students. And again, that's our idea, was that our CP course would be the universally accessible course. Um, and yes, and our physics enrollment has been building. So this year is better. And every year we're getting a little bit better with more enrollment in 11th grade physics.
Okay, Mrs. Jacobson?
2 quick follow-ups. The AP bio requirement for grade 9, not requirement, but option in grade 9, you mentioned the math requirement. So there isn't a math requirement per se per now, but the chemistry is required. So that would mean that only students who had Algebra 1 in 8th grade or above would be able to take that, if I'm hearing you correctly. So if you weren't in Algebra 1 in 8th grade or above, that would not be accessible to you. And currently, the math piece here is really important. Every single one of our physics classes right now has a different math requirement. Every single one. So maybe that's something that curriculum can look at as the prerequisites. And what that means by pushing this down a year to our students.
So can you just clarify, what do you mean every physics course
So
is a different?
physics, so just regular physics is Algebra 1.
Yeah.
Physics honors is Algebra 1 and geometry. AP Physics is Algebra 1, geometry, and either Algebra 2 and concurrent with Algebra 2. Then you get into the AP Physics Cs, and you have to
Then
be
you
in
need
AP Calc, AP Calc BC, or concurrent.
And that makes sense to me. Does that not make sense?
Well, I'm just saying, like, all of these classes are really dependent on what math you're in. So what I'm saying is, are we going to say our standard requirement for 8th grade is that you're going to be in Algebra 1 or below with exceptions? Are we going to have that kind of a conversation? In order to make sure that we're not closing doors with this new requirement versus keeping them open as they are now, which gives kids another year to take more math.
But you're not closing the door, as I mentioned before. You could always take the CP physics. You could take CP physics junior year, right, in this thinking, and then take AP physics as a senior. Right? So it's always an option. I actually really think it's a really good idea for a lot of students to take the non-AP core. Like if I want to go into nursing, right? But I'm not, I'm not like a super top student. I think it's a really good idea. Take chemistry and then take AP chemistry later. Take the physics, take the AP physics later. That's not a bad path. That's a good path.
In order to keep options open that we currently possess and not remove options, what you're putting before us, though, would be a removal of options. Just framing that, and it is correlated.
Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you very much. I think it's one sentence. I just get worried that a test in 5th grade is going to restrict your access to honors and AP courses by high school, which could happen. Like you take one test in 5th grade, you don't get into advanced math, and now you're on a track to never have an opportunity for an honors science course past freshman year. That's a concern. Because I don't think you would have the ability to get into that course to then get an A in the course because you can't get to geometry.
But we don't have a
understand that.
math requirement for biology.
I understand
honors.
for the other courses. That's kind of, I think it's a lot of doors, so I have concerns about that as well. And I had one more. You mentioned nursing, and I actually was thinking about that after our curriculum committee meeting. Was there any looking into current high schools that have nursing or comparable career pathways and what their offerings and requirements are? Just so we can correlate that to schools that are actually doing it. Because I think
nursing programs?
Nursing pathway programs.
Nursing pathway. There are schools that have biomedical career pathways. And again, I think one way to think about that is to think about our elective offerings, right? Because you could offer electives like medical terminology
Absolutely.
and things like that to help support students who want to follow that career path. But again, for a student who is interested in pursuing career in nursing, I would say a strong foundational core in biology, chemistry, and physics is what's going to help them be successful.
Absolutely. I just would want to look at your example of taking, physics and then taking AP physics, if that's how other districts are doing it and other career pathways, if that's what they would choose. Like, I just want to make sure what we're saying is aligned with what is actually happening in other parts of the state that are doing it ahead of us. Like, why not take advantage of, we use them as, test guinea pigs instead of ourselves. Like, I would just like to see how they're doing it if we're going to reference it. That makes sense? Thank you.
Mr. Krasnoff.
I just have a follow-up, and Dr. Zabajancic, you may actually want to answer this because it has to do with the math requirement. I'm just wondering, with the new math course that does cover some algebra and some geometry, how would that affect the prerequisite if someone was taking that course? Would that allow them to then take the course because they are currently enrolled in it, or they would have to wait until they completed it?
The physics course?
Yes.
So the accelerated path is the 3 courses in 2 years. So they would be ahead.
So they would be allowed to take it?
They'd finish both at sophomore year, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Bardenwerper?
Just to confirm, the 3 courses, the pathway that you are suggesting, that is what the NGSS recommends.
Yes. Well, the NGSS doesn't recommend a curriculum. This is the difference. This has been the translation of the standards into curriculum in many places. We don't have that here in Connecticut, but other states that have, a bigger Department of Education, their translation of the NGSS standards is into this 3-year course sequence.
Thank you. And are we seeing, one more, are we seeing a lot of students who are having trouble getting into APs because they don't have the math, or are you finding that most of the students that are seeking AP physics are already kind of on that math track?
Yeah, that doesn't really come up to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions. I just wanted to wait, so I'll try to go through them quickly, and most of them I'll try to enter. Just wanted to put out there that my one concern with AP Bio in ninth grade is what would be the prerequisites, because there is no question, no doubt in my mind that we have a lot of families that would be very keen in pushing their child to start that aspect of their resume for college as a ninth grader, and it might be entirely inappropriate. This is a college course with college expectations and a maturity level that many again, I was very reluctant for us to have our AP Human Geography added as a ninth grade course. I'm still very concerned about that. And I know how challenging this course is. So again, I'll enter this on the document, but that was one I wanted to just say out loud, that whether it is a test in, I would be open to that possibility, or because I don't know the curriculum well enough to know what to say what I'd be interested in. And unfortunately, Mrs. Jacobson isn't here to say, I am sensitive to the idea of doors closing, but I'm also highly attuned to, I don't want a curriculum to have to be watered down because a student is taking it who is not prepared for that level of rigor and mature, independent accountability. So that's my only concern with moving that down. Okay, a few other things that I did want to ask. Concerning the elementary school, I would be, since we have been talking about the elementary school schedule for months, I would be remiss if I did not say how keen I am to be sure that we hear a lot about the hands-on elements of what we do with our elementary school students. And actually, I think next year is going to be kind of exciting, because with our current approved curriculum from elementary school and essentially double the time that any teacher is ever accustomed to having, okay, I'm going to say this in front of staff, you have a lot of room for a bit of experimentation in terms of, let's try this out and see how it works and see if we want to include it in the curriculum, because I really do think you're going to have about double the time that any classroom teacher has ever had to work with that. And I would absolutely endorse that as you're bringing in some of the STEAM activities and doing the already approved curriculum. I would hope that that's something that really is taken advantage of, that we tried this out because we have this time now allocated to it. All right, my other questions. Very concerned with the final bullet point on page 16, which was budget. Is it in your plan that, because I'm not anticipating that we get a fall presentation for this, I can't imagine it would be ready, but obviously we've got the budget in January. So will you have already determined your instructional resources in time for that budget?
The goal is to determine for the core, hopefully determine the instructional resources by October of this fall. Yeah.
Okay, so the majority of what you're going to need, you will know.
Yes, but remember, it's way out. Yeah. Because we would still bring the stuff to you all for approval in 2027, and we wouldn't buy the textbooks, let's say, until it's way out.
Right, but it's in effect September of 27. No? Okay, so it's 18 months out.
Yeah, it comes
Okay,
before
all
the
right.
board in that year.
Okay. I was unclear what you meant at the middle school level of the creation of the interdisciplinary, because that's a topic I'm keenly interested with every curriculum we come up. What is genetics getting an interdisciplinary connection to in 8th grade?
When I say interdisciplinary, I mean interdisciplinary science. So rather than saying this is.
So you're rather insular there. You're not trying to connect with anybody else.
No.
Okay.
But I would say we do it all in science. We have in our standards, there are ELA standards embedded into our standards, as well as mathematics standards embedded into our standards. And with our phenomena-based approach, we really are looking at real things out in the real world. So we get into all subject areas in that. But when I say interdisciplinary, I mean, instead of having a 7th grade course that is only life science, 7th grade would include some topics from life science, some from physical science, and some from earth science.
Gotcha. Again, I was getting excited for a minute there, but still very exciting. And the other part, and I don't, it's hard to say this without this being a negative, and I don't mean it that, but it's got to be part of this reflection process. And that's the discussion with high school teachers. Okay, and I say this as an English teacher, where we ask the question, what are they doing in middle school? And I'm sure middle school teachers do the same thing. And I'm sure a fourth grade teacher can be wondering about that. And I mean to phrase this in a positive way, though, but of that reflection process of what are they coming in with really well, so we make sure not to lose that. And the converse of that, what are they coming in with and they don't know what a beaker is? I mean, I'm not the science person, so I'm making that up, but is that part of this process?
So this is actually, I mentioned this in the beginning slides, because of the work that has been done by Achieve with the framework and with the NGSS standards, it's so well vertically articulated what needs to happen in middle school that we've been able to, as a department, we work to develop like for for data analysis interpretation. We have now a progression of what needs to happen in 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade to get students to that end goal. And we have specific targets for 8th grade teachers that students need to master. Scatter plots, they need to master that to go on to the next thing. So we have that articulation of skills and knowledge, and it's because of the resources provided with the standards. It's really,
Yeah, it makes sense.
it's a really big part of it. And then they also have so that's vertical articulation of the practices. Then they also have the vertical articulation of the content, which tells you the limits. So if you're doing forces in motion, what's the limit for grade, where you got to get the grade 2 students? Where do you have to get grade 5? Where do you have to get grade 8 to get them ready for high school physics, right? So it's all really nicely articulated. So you can build a curriculum off of it, which makes sense for kids.
Okay, thank you. And all the rest of mine I'll put in the doc. Okay, any other questions? All right, so again, just to repeat Dr. Parrish's request, and that document is online, is within this presentation, correct?
Correct. It's actually on the questions and comments slide.
Okay, so again, so Friday, May 29th, if everyone can be sure to submit whatever your questions, concerns are, et cetera, because again, it's going to be really important material for both staff and the curriculum committee to take a look at. All right, thank you so much. Okay. At this time, I'm going to make a request of the board that if we could please move agenda item, where am I, 8F, discussion of grading policy. I would like to move that up to this point on the agenda so that our staff who are making that presentation do not have to stay till the very end of our meeting. Is everyone okay with that? We're paid the big bucks for it, Mr. Lee. And what time do you get up tomorrow morning? Never, I didn't say that. Okay, so we'll move on to agenda item 8F. That's the discussion of grading policy. If you could pull out your enclosure number 9. So I just want to start by kind of explaining the rationale for why this is coming up at this time. Grading policy, so I've now been on the board since 2011. It was first broached to me that Fairfield needed a grading policy, I would guess in approximately 2013, 2014. It then took us another 4 to 5 years to actually do it. So we attempted to tackle it pre-COVID. Realized what a bear it was, did not get overly far, but we made some good efforts. We then came back to it again a few years ago. And at each stage of this, it was quite daunting to take this on. And this is the year that it's going to happen. But there is a lot where I don't think for one second that the three of us in policy are in the position to try to craft all of this without getting some board feedback. Now, when we are trying, typically when we bring policy before the board or when we're tackling it in policy committee, it fits into a couple different types of buckets. When a policy is brand new or there have been a tremendous number of changes to it, the policy committee really thoroughly goes through the new language, vetting all of it, discussing all of it before bringing it before the board. Then there are those policies where we might just be needing to make a single type of change. We focus on that one change and really do not do a reconsideration of the whole rest of the policy. The grading is somewhere in between. We do not have a grading policy, but we have components of that grading policy embedded in other policies. We have a student progress policy, we have a grade weighting policy, we have a homework policy, all of which have grading components in them, all of which we are going to be looking to remove to put them in this one. And so where that brought us to today is that after a hour and 20-minute conversation and policy 2 meetings ago, rooted in 2 questions. We talked for an hour and 20 minutes. It really became clear that we needed to discuss our path forward. And so one of the things that we are looking to do is form 2 committees, because what I don't want to do is bring forward a brand new policy to the board and to the public, have someone start asking me about parts of it, and I have to give the answer, oh, we really didn't talk about that too much. We just essentially mindlessly took that from another policy and put it in here. We are re-examining each part of this. And so 2 of the components that we're going to be talking about tonight, one includes the GPA with grade weighting, and the other includes the grading regulations, which Mrs. Jacobson was very much a part of that work. The grade weighting GPA is not something that we in policy have ever done very much with. We've touched on it, but not proceeded. And before we just put the status quo for either of those into this new grading policy, we thought it was well worthwhile to at least take a look at it. If we are satisfied with the status quo, then that's what we will do. If we are satisfied with the status quo of the grading regulations that started a few years ago and which have had now on, I think, their 4th iteration, if we now have those where they are, then we will know that with policy. But I don't want to just put in the status quo without our having had any discussion or even taken a look at it. And I don't think the place for that discussion is just in policy, because the full board is going to have opinions on these topics. There's no one who, either past or future, is not going to be impacted by these. So I just wanted to explain the rationale for why we're bringing this to the board at this time. This discussion will involve 0 language suggestions. It really is kind of getting the sense, getting the temperature of the board, what they're feeling, and also, very importantly, as Mrs. O'Neill and Mrs. Barden-Werper discovered, we need to educate the board. Mrs. Jacobson, Mr. Lee, and myself are well acquainted with how the GPA and grade weighting, for example, is calculated, because our kids have been through the system. The rest of you haven't entered it yet. And I think it's before we start talking about this, we need to make sure that at least at a base, we have that understanding. And so with that as my opening, my introduction, I want to thank Dr. Hatzis for putting together this presentation. And I repeat, there has been no discussion of advocacy, of changes, or anything else. This presentation is solely to make sure that all 9 board members have a common understanding of what we currently do. And with that, I turn it over to you, Dr. Hatzis.
Thank you, Ms. Maxon-Kennelly. For the record, Greg Hatzis, Head Principal of Fairfield Ludlow High School. When this topic first appeared on the policy committee agendas, I attended the meeting, and when Ms. Maxon-Kennelly was gracious enough to invite me to say a word or two, I read from something called the Report of the Task Force on Grading and Grouping Practices, dated July 8th, 1977, by Superintendent at the time, Charles Fowler, who stated this is an area of instructional policy which is very sensitive and controversial. And as I said to the policy committee, I'll say to you, nothing has changed in 49 years. It is sensitive and controversial. But my task tonight is to just explain what we do, and happy to answer any questions around it. So I did not Google it, but I assume if you did, you would get the definition of a grade point average, something like this: a numerical summary of one's academic performance representing the average of one's grades across all courses taken. But that, it's not the grades that you received, it's based on the grades you receive, but numbers are assigned to those final letter grades earned based on an established scale. And so many people are very familiar with what we call the base scale, used in many colleges and as the base for many high school GPA scales, where an A is equal to a 4.0, B to a 3.0, et cetera. So that's something that's pretty common knowledge. If you asked parents or teachers about what a GPA really is, you would get so many different answers, ranging from it is the key component to getting into college, all the way to it's an archaic way of reducing an entire educational experience down to a single number, and everything in between. So, like I said, sensitive and controversial. But in Fairfield, we have basically 3 levels of rigor in our courses, as you all are very familiar with through your study of curriculum. The college prep level, which I'll just basically define as grade level, our honors program, which is more intellectual challenge and is considered above grade level, and our advanced placement courses, which are basically we ascribe to college level courses. So with that in mind, the base scale that I mentioned earlier is assigned in our GPA weighting to the college prep level courses. As you can see highlighted here, in A is a 4.0, B 3.0, etc. And for those of you that are completely unfamiliar with the grading scale, you'll notice that the grades in between A and B are also assigned a number as well. Where things get fun is that each course that is at a higher level of rigor is assigned a higher numerical value or a weight. So in green, where the green arrows are, you see that as a class were to be moved from college prep to the honors level to the AP level, you will see a difference between each of those as a 0.33 or 0.34, basically a third of a full weight. In the purple, you will notice that the difference between grades is also the same differential, 0.33 or 0.34. So a C minus to a C or a B plus to an A minus, same differential. There was a time before 2004 where there was actually disproportionate changes between levels, going from college prep to honors. They had different names back then. They were based on a number system. Was only a 0.28 difference. We're going to an AP course, it was a 0.57 difference. And so around 2004, 2005, we made the change to a more consistent difference across both directions. In addition to those 3 levels of rigor, there is also what we call the elective scale, nestled in there between honors and college prep. One of the reasons it's nestled in between is one thing you'll notice is that from the grades A plus through C, it mirrors the honors level weight, but from C minus to F, it mirrors the college prep level weight. And when I talk about electives, by the way, we look at 2 different kinds of electives. One are the electives that appear in the core area courses, like English, math, science, social studies, world language. Classes like Call of the Wild, I know it's a frequent used example here. Statistics, marine science, sociology, right? Those are in English, math, science, and social studies, respectively. Electives can also be areas that we call the general electives. These are things like baking and pastry, Philharmonic Orchestra, digital photography, or marketing. So those departments, such as family consumer science, music, art, and business, they all will fall under the elective scale for all of their courses, unless, of course, they are AP level, as some of them will have. Now, in calculating the GPA, what's really interesting is that in grades of almost all classes, they start as numbers in a range from 0 to 100, right? So your A is going to be anything from a 93 to a 96. A B would be anything from an 83 to an 86, etc. So while a grade is calculated in numbers, it is then converted to a letter based on that range. Then for GPA, that letter is then also converted to a number based on the weighting scale. So what we do is we take the grade in the course and the amount of credit that course is ascribed. So our full year courses are 1 year or 1 credit, and our half year courses are half a credit. So as you can see here, we take the the letter grade and its corresponding value. We multiply that by the credit in the course. So a half-year course, we're basically taking half the amount of that weighted grade. We sum that up, and then we divide that sum by the total number of credits. And that's your basic GPA calculation. So here in this example, with those grades in those courses, the GPA is a 3.23. Now in this slide, the top line is the exact same one you just saw, 3.23 GPA. But in this example, I applied weights to the courses. So you'll see the English is ascribed an AP weight, Math Honors, Science Honors, History CP, and then Art and Financial Literacy are ascribed the elective weight from the elective scale. Did the same calculation, and then the sum here, you'll notice, because if you compare the GPAs in the blue boxes, you'll notice that English went from a 4.0 to a 4.67 based on the AP weight. And then in math and science, you see the increase based on the honors weight. History stayed the same because, again, the base weight in college prep is the base scale. And then the electives are, because they are above a C minus, they were ascribed the honors weight for the grades that they got. So the total here, 17.83 divided by 5 is a 3.57. Now, this is the difference between what we would call unweighted GPA, because in the top line, there are no weights ascribed. It's all based on the base scale or the college prep scale. And then the difference to a weighted GPA, where the weights are ascribed based on the rigor level of the course. So in general, the way that we see the most common uses of GPA is first and foremost for college admissions. We report both the weighted and the weighted GPAs on the transcript. And the main reason for that is because of bullet number 2. Most competitive schools, and this is something a lot of people don't know until they're getting into the college game and trying to look into the applications and that process. But most competitive colleges throw away the weighted GPA that we give them. Okay, they don't even look at the weighted GPA. They will ascribe their own, they will apply their own scale based on what they value at that school. Some of the more non-competitive schools, you might say, accept our weighted GPA at face value. Back in 2006, when we did another grading task force within the district, we did a very comprehensive survey of a wide range of colleges, and that was the pattern that we saw then. We haven't done that survey in quite some time, and that I could see as a good part of this work moving forward in getting updated information. There's so much has changed in the college application landscape, whether or not schools are taking SAT scores, for instance. During COVID, more and more schools went away from that. Now we are seeing every year more and more schools bringing the SAT back as a required component of the application. So the whole landscape has changed. Sometimes GPA is used for scholarships. Many times it would be a requirement to submit for independent scholarships. Usually when it comes to schools giving financial awards, they're using the entire application to make those decisions in their financial aid offices. But obviously there are lots of private scholarships out there, and one of the criteria could be the GPA, along with other criteria like an essay or other things that they might need to include, like recommendations. During high school, the GPA is used to determine honor society invitations and eligibility. So a minimum GPA is part of the eligibility process, not just for the National Honor Society, but also for some of the subject area honor societies. It determines the valedictorian and salutatorian. And then at the end of the year, we use the unweighted GPA to determine students who achieve what we call the Honor Scholar designation or the High Honor Scholar designation. That is based on the unweighted scale. Other important things to know related to GPA is that individual districts across America have the autonomy to create and apply their own GPA scales. So it's fair to say that ours is unique based on not just the weights assigned, but also the fact that we have an elective scale. Some districts do not have that. Some districts have one scale plus an AP weight. Some districts use what are called bonus points, where everything is based on the base scale. And then after they are done, any honors or AP course, they are given quote unquote bonus points. It's not a weight necessarily, but 0.05 might be added to their GPA based on just being enrolled in those particular courses. Some districts use what's called a multiplier, where they would multiply your GPA times some coefficient like a 0.01 or a 0.11 to give you additional GPA weight based on whether you took an honors or an AP level course. So there's a lot of systems out there. That goes back to what I mentioned earlier about why many of the competitive colleges basically throw out the weighted GPA. Because if they're looking at a student from Greenwich and from Darien and from Westport and from Fairfield and from Stratford and from Trumbull, what they know is that those are 6 different GPA scales. So for them, it's not apples to apples. Most of the comparisons that really occur, as far as we have been told from our college reps that we see and talk to all the time, is that most of the comparisons actually happen within the school, because every school publishes a school profile. And on that school profile, you will see the distribution of the number of students at each GPA level. So when they take a particular Ludlow student or a Ward student, they're going to be looking at other Ludlow and Ward students applying to that same school. What courses did they choose? What's on their transcript? And then, if the GPA weighs heavily, they're going to see how it compares to all the other students in the school. But when you have other schools where, because of their bonus points, for instance, a student might have a 5.6 GPA, for our top students that might be at 4.4, 4.5, that on the surface looks like our student is deficient, when it may not be the case at all. So that is why more and more what we hear from colleges is what they see on the transcript, and why transparency in what's reported on the transcript is so important in terms of the courses, their names, and the weights of the rigor levels of the courses in the course names. We do not rank students. Very few high schools do anymore. So that's important, or at least we don't report that rank to any colleges. So even though it's a question on the Common App, we do instruct students to choose the option that says my school doesn't rank. And then GPA calculations are reported on student transcripts only after all the final grades have been entered by the teachers. So what's interesting is that, some people assume that my term GPA means this. We don't report any of that to anyone. At the end of freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, we publish in student backpacks a copy of their transcript based on final grades. We also provide one to seniors after their first semester, because colleges often would like to see that, partly because they want to see the courses that they are enrolled in, but also if they have semester length courses, that will impact their GPA, because those are final grades. And then of course there's the final transcript at the end of senior year too. So again, while the GPA, is a topic of conversation for so many people, and thinking about every grade that might be changed. If I don't do well on this test, it's going to affect my GPA. Truly, we only calculate GPA at the end when all the final scores are entered in by the teachers. So just wanted to clarify that. Happy to answer any questions through the board chair.
All right. Thank you. One thing I thought it would be helpful for you to say immediately, because I know you can do this off the top of your head, Dr. Hatzis, when you talk about most competitive schools apply their own scale and method, it's not even just that they all unweight them. I was hoping you could give a couple of the samples you told us in policy about the next step that some schools will take with them in terms of recalculating.
So I think that colleges the reps that we talk to often talk about looking for a story through a student's eyes. And that includes not only what they're writing about in their essay, but what courses they choose. So if a student is talking about a STEM interest, and they look at their clubs and activities that they've been involved in, then of course they're looking at the STEM courses that they've chosen to take. Have they continued to challenge themselves? So it may not even be that they're in the highest level courses, the AP level courses necessarily, but it might be that they continue to take challenging courses, which might include honors courses, it may include AP courses, but that they continue to take them and that they challenge themselves in multiple ways. It could also mean that that schools are looking at students who may have not done well in a particular area, but they are expressing an interest. So then they see a trajectory of a change in those grades over the course of 4 years. So that tells another story, for the college applications. The hardest thing about the whole college process is that we really have no idea what that individual person or committee is looking for that particular year at that particular college, because those change year to year based on what makeup they're looking to do. So it's really hard for us to give advice about the best pathway. So we always say to students, stay true to yourself, follow your interests, challenge yourself, don't oversubscribe to create high levels of stress that will maybe have more permanent damage, or I should say, more ripple effects in terms of affecting your other courses. It's a real education process when we talk to students about course selection to say, make appropriate choices. And that's a combination of challenging and also having an enriching experience taking electives at the high school, because we have such an amazing program that offers so many. So I hope that got to where you hoped.
No, it wasn't at all actually what I was looking for, but as I recall, you were describing how some colleges would recalculate a GPA only on core classes or only on within certain subject matters.
That is true. So what we have heard from some schools, and in fact, some high schools do have a GPA that they report to colleges that is based only on core classes, and it removes electives whatsoever, because whether a school weights elective courses or not, they want to remove that from the equation. And again, it's going to matter whether those electives are in the core areas based on the subject areas that the student has shown interest in, or whether they are just enriching, courses to help them enrich their lives. But, some other factors in that are a student who might have taken courses like in music, for instance, for all 4 years, and then maybe that's a honors level grade for 4 years. I mean, we require electives, so every student is impacted in a positive way by having an elective scale the way that we do. But you can also see trends based on what types of courses students are taking. Some students might take more electives than other students, so they might be impacted more, which would also mean they would be impacted more if there were to be a change. And that wasn't necessarily a pitch for anything, but it's just as a committee looking at what changes could come forward. Those are all things that we have to weigh in. There are some schools that have elective courses that are weighted at one level for entry-level courses and then at another level for higher level courses as a progression. So again, there are so many options out there, sensitive and controversial.
So what I'm hoping we'll do at this time is, if there are just straight up questions about the GPA, how it is calculated, anything from the presentation itself. Mr. Lee?
A freshman person we talked about earlier tonight, taking AP biology their freshman year, if they don't do well, does that follow them for the next 4 years compared to waiting? Because the myth was your GPA doesn't really count until your junior year, right? You want to make sure you're doing well because you're going to college. But that seems to be changing since they're looking all 4 years.
The statement the GPA doesn't count until junior year is not accurate, right? Every course that you take is part of your overall GPA average. The interesting thing about science is, AP science in particular, is because it is because we assign an extra period, as Ms. LaSala said earlier, we have the mini attached to the extra time. It is weighted at 1.5 credits. So in the calculations that you looked at before, science was based on a 1.0. That would have been a non-AP science course. An A in a science course at 1.5 credits, when you add the math, is going to actually improve your GPA slightly, and disproportionately, if it is a poor grade, it might also alter it, in the negative way if you do not get a good score. So yes, I would just say, whether you take something freshman year or your junior year, if it's one course and it's a 1 credit course, it impacts your GPA equally. It is the same, because in the average, in the aggregate, you're looking at all the courses. So it doesn't, just because you're taking it junior year, it doesn't change its impact. What does matter, of course, is that, again, as colleges are looking at a transcript and seeing the sequence of courses that you've taken, they have more of a story by your junior year than they do only after freshman year. So I think that's the impact.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Krasnoff.
Just a follow-up to that, because I think you alluded to it, but maybe this would be a good example. So if you took, let's say, AP Bio freshman year and did not do well, but then you realized your mistakes and continued to challenge yourself and took AP Chem and then AP Fit, and each year you got better and better. Is that kind of what you're saying tells the story? So it's not going to kill someone if they take it freshman year and bomb it.
Yeah, again, I'll say that I really have no idea. I can't give any advice on how a college, admissions person is going to look at a story. That is something that we are told often, though. That scenario of I stuck to it, I showed resilience, and I continued at it, even though I had some difficulty in the beginning. That tells them a lot about you. And so oftentimes a counselor might even bring that up in a letter of recommendation to highlight the resilience that the student showed, if that was the case. So it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Well, and it could be on the flip side, they do really well that first AP course and then start doing worse and worse. And now they.
All right, I don't want to turn this into
Thank
a
you.
college prep. How do we prepare our students for college? I do want to try to keep this focus because we do have 2 committees that are forming and we do have policy work to do. As much as I totally recognize the impulse to grab Dr. Hatzis and his knowledge and experience on this topic, I completely get that, but I do want to try to frame this conversation on questions on GPA, questions on weighting, and then what's going to be the next step for the committee. Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Ow. Can I just ask a few questions? So on the page that added the electives in with AP, what does the star represent? Go back, this one. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, where there's a star. Sure. What does this star mean?
Sure. So a few years ago, we had ECE courses that were designed specifically to assign UConn credit. Because they were college level courses, we equated that to AP level, okay? Because AP courses are college level generally. So an early college experience course was also, we considered it at AP weight. However, there are also courses that exist that are not AP courses that we felt were deemed worthy of an AP level weighting, such as multivariable calculus. Conversely, in the recent expansion of many ECE courses, i.e. through our great partnership, and this has been great work by Mrs. Montorsi and Mr. Brown, in the director positions at the 2 high schools, and Dr. Parrish too, amazing work in getting many of our students opportunities to take ECE courses. What was happening is that they were accepting courses that we already had on our books. I'll give an example of sociology in the social studies course. That was always an elective weighted course, and the curriculum was written as an elective weighted course. So we didn't feel it was appropriate to automatically give it AP weighting. So we had to take ECE out of the title of that column, and we put an asterisk to explain all of that. So some ECE courses are at the elective weight, some are at the AP weight, and so thus the asterisk.
A very good explanation. Thank you. And then this is a little bit of an abstract one, but I just think it's important. So when you talk about weighted GPA, and I think at some point we're going to need to get a list of like competitive versus non-competitive colleges, because I think that that's a very anecdotal experience. I'd be curious to see that kind of list, especially in an area like ours. I just think that that's a very personal thing. But like if there was a school that had a requirement of a 3.5 weighted GPA to play golf, could this impact that student? Like if we were to change say if there's a requirement of a 3.5 weighted GPA to play golf, a student needs what GPA to play golf?
Are you talking about through the NCAA clearinghouse?
Or whatever the school is. So if a school determines, Denison University determines that you have to have a 3.5 weighted GPA to play golf. Is there examples of things like that that you see?
So oftentimes what we hear from students who are,
I'm not dinging on Denison. It's the first one that
oh,
popped
no, no,
into
that's
my
okay.
head.
That's okay. For students who are going for Division I level athletic programs, there is often conversation. You know, a coach cannot accept a student into the college, right? They might be interested in that student and show interest in that. The student still has to apply and get into that college. So the coaches might be talking to the, we'll be talking to the admissions offices and be giving advice to the athletes on what they should aim for as the best pathway for them to get in. So, I'm not going to say that there are examples of hard nose, but we hear those stories that, you might want to take a more rigorous course in your senior year so we see that on your transcript. So there are things like that. There are lots of people who are involved in this very heavily, and they can give you a lot more details.
And then just one more. Do you want it just for the presentation or this
Right
as
now, the
well?
presentation.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much.
Any other questions on the presentation? Mr. Krasnov?
Just one more, and it pertains to, I guess, specialty schools. How do they typically look at the GPA? And I know, again, every school is a little different, but the way we do it, if it was an elective, was the specialty having the extra weight.
Can you give me an example of what you mean by a specialty school?
Culinary school.
So a culinary school generally is going to want to see, obviously a student who may have pursued culinary as an option in the school if it was available. You got to remember, we're very lucky in Fairfield. We have amazing opportunities, but there are students who are applying to culinary programs that have never taken a culinary course too. So again, apples and oranges. They're going to look at that experience as something that's a pro for our students. I don't think necessarily what the GPA is going to be that deciding of a factor for those students as much as them telling the story of why they're interested in that area, what experiences have they had, why they want to go into it. So that's where the recommendations in the essay are probably going to matter a lot. And they also want to make sure that in any culinary school, they're also going to have academic requirements and that the student is prepared well enough to be able to accomplish those things too.
And then a far opposite example, what about like an engineering school? Would that matter? Like physics? We just spoke about it today.
In engineering schools, again, and they range really in very large degree, where you could have a school that's willing to take students who show an interest and have performed at least at a competent level, even at a college prep level. And then you're going to have others because of the, let's say the pedigree or the reputation or the competitive level. I'll compare a Clark University to an RPI, right? They're going to look at different things. So again, it's courses that you've taken, it's how you performed, and how you've demonstrated your story to the colleges.
Okay, Mrs. Jacobson.
Thank you for putting this together. On the presentation again with this term elective, I struggle with that term because there's been things, and I know someone in the audience is smiling at me. There really isn't any statutory definition to that. It's kind of a made-up term. And we just sat through a science presentation where they called some of the AP classes electives. Then you talked about some of our more career-oriented electives, and you might call them core. This is a challenging term, and we've assigned this column to electives, and I understand well why that was done. And I think that that's an excellent opportunity for some of our kids that may not ever take an AP class in their lifetime. Thank you for explaining ECE, because that was one of my questions on what we were doing there with those. I'd like to understand that a little bit better. But so on this elective terms, we also have compounding, and I'm just what your thoughts are and how we're looking at this now is we also have electives that are introduction and then advanced. Introduction, intermediate, advanced. Level 1, 2, 3. level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They each have these different, it depends on, accounting can be accounting 1, 2, 3, 4, but then something else can be an introduction in it. So how we're labeling things. And yet that they're all fitting into this. So you might have something like a symphonic orchestra, which I might say that should probably be in that AP column, right? Based on all the outside experience, the years and practice, right? So this is, I'm just sharing this with Mrs. Max Kennelly and the board and you and I don't really have anything comment on that, but that term elective and all the things that we tag on to that term and all the different things that there's no definition for that, technically speaking. So I'm cautious about that. And in other districts, they don't call them that. They might call them essentials or career club or whatever it might be. So I'm struggling with that. What I will say is that the other piece on this schedule that I found interesting that I didn't really think about before in all my years is that the college prep and the honors items for an A+ go above the standard scale, but the AP does not for an A+. Other districts that does go higher than that. So it's just an interesting discrepancy on that side too, as I'm pointing out. So everyone understand what I'm saying? So like college prep goes above the 4.0, honors goes above the 4.0 or the 4.33, et cetera, but the AP stops at the 5. So that was interesting as well. So just some thoughts and ponderings on some of that, but that's all I want to say. Not that there was a question in there for you, but a little bit.
The only thing I can add to that is generally, you're right that there is no statutory definition of elective. The way that we generally treat that is we call the 5 main areas core areas, and we call everything else an elective. That's why I differentiated between a core elective, and it's just based on it falls within the department that is defined as a core area. And then the general electives are the areas that are not defined as a core area. So that was just in terms of semantics, that's the way that it's approached here.
Struggle with that word too.
And that's actually a perfect transition to the next part of the memo, which was just an initial discussion, and we may not need to have much of a discussion because of what's going to accompany this. So I don't know, Dr. I'm afraid you're going to be a target if you're sitting there, but if I let you go to the audience, I may end up calling you back up. So I leave your location to you, sir.
I don't mind staying. I'd like to take notes on what you guys talk about.
Okay. So this item 3 in the memo was initial discussion of the 2 committees being formed for purposes of reporting back recommendations to the board and to the policy. So as I said back when I was introducing the topic, in policy, I did not feel comfortable with us just mindlessly taking certain aspects. As I said, we're going to be mining from 3 existing policies already to put things in this grading policy. And I didn't want any part of that to be done without our being able to report back to the board. We also talked about it. Staff continues to recommend this path, et cetera, whatever the wording might be. So the 2 big areas that I did not in any way feel comfortable asking Ms. O'Neill and Mrs. Bardenwerper to join me and having the 3 of us do a mind meld and produce language were on these 2 areas of GPA and grading regulations. It wouldn't be right, first of all, to not include staff. We are actually very fortunate that some of our staff members, after a long day of teaching, do come to our policy meetings and provide us with invaluable feedback. But this is something much bigger than that. And so I spoke with Mr. Testani, and he immediately jumped on forming these into 2 different committees. Mr. Testani will work on creating who will be serving on them. These will be 2 entirely separate committees because one, the GPA committee alone, I think that is a handful. The separate committee will be working on the grading regulations. If you want to write this number down, or maybe I should email it to you. It's regulations for 6146.1. Again, that's 6146.1. How those came about were after policy 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I think about 2022. We were desperately attempting in policy to get it done because what we saw was a tremendous issue of consistency, especially across the same lack of consistency American history with one teacher, very, very different from American history with another teacher. And that's the micro, you can picture it in the macro. So we were working really hard to try to get policy done. Needless to say, when you're inventing a brand new policy from essentially from scratch, not that we didn't steal from lots of districts, that is not the way to do a policy as important as this. So at the time, what we finally did was we asked our central office administration, could you please create regulations? Now, normally, as you know, the practice is create the policy and the regs are how staff implements the policy. We knew we were not going to be able to create quality policy in time to create what we saw as a very real current issue of lack of consistency. And so this involved things such as retakes, such as, how many grades should, grading opportunities should there be in a quarter, in a semester, et cetera. Those are just two easy examples. And so we entrusted that to staff to come up with something to address. They heard our concerns loud and clear. And staff came up with regs. So this is one of the few things in our policy manual where there are existing regs and no policy to guide it yet. We will now be producing policy language, overseeing those regs, and we want to be assured that the regs we're looking at are ones that have had staff input, staff feedback, quality committee time to wrestle with. I think we're on our 4th iteration at this point because draft number 1 had some problems. But that's the nature of this, and it has gotten better each time. But once again, rather than assume that the regs we have in place right now are a go, before we create policy language to introduce those, we're asking that a committee be formed. So those are the two charges to the 2 committees. I have spoken with 3 of our board members so that Mrs. Bardenwerper, Mr. Krasnoff, and Ms. O'Neill are going to serve on the GPA committee. At this time, I'm not planning to put a board member on grading regulations because I think that's one where we can have staff alone work on that one and bring that back to us. If it turns out that they ask, we really need a board member to be present serving on this, then Mr. Testani will let me know that and I'll try recruit somebody else for that. And so that is the idea. And what is about to come out to you in a Google Doc, but that we'll also have some initial discussion here, is what are some ideas that occur to you? And I remind you, there's an absolute possibility that what the recommendation of the committee will be is what we have right now is what Fairfield needs. It works for us. That's that. But let's at least take a look, make sure it's what worked for us. I think Mrs. Jacobson just raised something that has long been an issue, is that and actually, Mrs. Jacobson, I have referenced you by name several times in policy with the reminder that there is no definition of what this elective is. And so these questions here were ones we produced in policy just to give the board some samples of what we're looking to have in the Google Doc. So if in looking at these, it prompts more questions, great. So with all of that talking from me, I'll pause there and just to see, is there any initial discussion here at the board table? Again, knowing you have a rapt audience. Mr. Lee.
Do you want to consider having students be a part of it, especially the ones that are living it with the honors and ones that aren't? I mean, they're the ones that are going to be most impacted, and maybe they see something and feel something that's very different.
Having students on the committee is something we discussed. We weren't interested in that. At this point, we need the educational professionals to do this work. That is not to say that once the hard work is done, the research that Dr. Hatz has referenced, that this might not be an entirely appropriate thing to, first of all, I think an important step of this is going to be, if there is any change recommended, and again, I don't know that there will be, I think we absolutely need to go out to our parent and student stakeholder groups so that they are informed. I don't want us in in a board, 9-member board, to be making some change and people are blindsided by it. So I think there's definitely going to be a place for student conversation, but not in the committee work. Okay, Mrs. Flynn.
Thank you. It's a little bit of a follow-up to that. I actually noted on this, like, I'm not exactly sure where parents and students fit into these committees, but I think that they do. And I appreciate that you guys thought about that in policy. I didn't have that context, but that was kind of my question. I really can't think of another decision that we're gonna make at this table outside of our budget that's gonna impact our constituents' pocketbooks, and could be one of them.
Well, let me back that up. I was specifically speaking to students. Dr. Hatzis actually already recommended that we bring a few parents in for that GPA committee, so that
Yes.
that is a part of this
I
discussion.
very much appreciate that. I just think being on the AI committee and seeing the multitude of voices, it was very helpful in real time, and I think prevented a lot of things from escalating that didn't need to. That we were like, it was just very good insight. So I appreciate that thought. Thank you, Dr. Hatzis.
Mrs. Jacobson.
So when you say we're starting committees, are you saying that we're doing ad hoc committees for these?
No, these are not board committees. I went to Mr. Testani is making the committees. So this is not an advisory committee. It's not a board committee. This is not a public committee.
And so just no offense, but how did you, you didn't reach out to everyone to ask them if they were interested in these committees?
No, I did not.
Okay. So just initially on the GPA committee, I just think there's a slew. That's why I'm asking about a charge, because there's a slew of things that aren't included in this list.
I couldn't agree more. This was simply
And
the
also just high
final
school,
5 to
yeah.
10 minutes of the policy committee.
Oh,
I
okay.
said, can we just have a few samples so that people knew the kinds of things to put in? Absolutely not. This is not a comprehensive list.
So how did you foresee that happening? Like, how do they know what, if we don't have a charge, how do we know what's happening in there?
The charge is to, well, first of all, I think some of the board feedback, and again, that's why we're having a discussion as well, is to get my charge to Mr. Tassani is, please have a committee, look at our current practices, and see if they come forward with a few recommendations for consideration for change. Or come back with an affirmation that what we are doing now is what staff and all the stakeholders recommend that we maintain as a path. So that was the charge before we in policy took our grade weighting policy, just put it in the grading policy and never had a conversation about it.
Okay, so through you into to Mr. Testani, is there an opportunity whereas board members that weren't offered position to participate in that can provide something to the committee or through you in terms of objects that are not, and like how do we, because I have a ton more in here that aren't here, so how does that happen?
So,
It says it right here.
so before a committee is formed, my recommendation was to get the support of the board in terms of what you would like us to look at, what is not going to be looked at, or because I don't want to start a committee,
Right, I see what you're saying.
have folks work on something, and then it comes to the board and we miss the mark completely, and we wasted months and months of time.
Are you
So-
looking for that tonight?
Well, no, we're going to put a Google Doc out, and you can put in what you want to see, what you don't want to see. You may say, or everyone may say, status quo is fine.
Yep.
But if we are not all in unison, I'm going to say similar to the cell phones,
Yeah.
then we're going to stop right there. Just because I'm not going to ask a group of people to put several hours worth of time, effort, and research, and then to come back to the board and it fall flat. So I'm going to leave that Google Doc open for a couple of weeks before we convene a first meeting and see what the board feels as a group, what direction they want to go in, if any. And then from there, we will then put the group together and start doing the work.
Okay, and so I know there's gonna be a Google Doc. Sometimes things can get lost in translation. Okay to give you a call or something?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely, because then I can take some notes. I can share them with Dr. Hatzis, since he's going to be the co-chair of this committee.
and the same is happening for grading regs?
I hadn't thought of including, but that was one of the things I wanted to have a conversation about. I hadn't thought of including board members on that, but I'm open to it.
Doc, if you're not.
Oh, yeah, no, that's where
Yeah,
it
it'll be-
says there are 2 separate Google Docs will be sent to you.
I just think it would be helpful, and perhaps Mr. McGarry or somebody can give us an update. I haven't had an opportunity to have a conversation about how those are going since we last had the conversation on how those are going. I know that we left off with some very controversial things like zeros and 50s, retakes, and the denominator, I will, do you mind if I through you ask Dr. Hatzis a particular question
Sure.
at this point? So we've had cumulative grading for quite a while. We used to have the 4 quarters and the reset. Now that you've lived with this and we've made some changes along the way for midterms and finals and the 20% and the 10% and the homework and all of those things, still feel committed that that is the best way to maintain versus the 4 quarters or different weighted quarters and maintain that cumulative system.
So the reason why we chose to go with cumulative grading in the first place was because we felt it was the most accurate and the most transparent. And I still believe that that is the case. So I feel like our teachers are behind it as well. And I think that many people, especially parents who are used to the system that we all had growing up of just the average, that's something that they're used to until I have a chance to explain it, or we put out every year at the beginning of the year, here's what cumulative grading is all about and why we chose to go that way. And look, there are pros and cons of every way, right? You could make the argument that, to have the clean slate, et cetera, like each quarter, but there are, in today's society, in instant grading, everybody on Infinite Campus all the time, we felt it was really important to just be as transparent to say, like, what you see right now is your grade. It's not going to change based on an average later.
As long as their grades were inserted. That was part of the, right? And as long as they were inserted.
But in that Google Doc, if that's something that the board would like us to take a look at, that committee will take a look at that.
I mean, I've discussed it. I'm good with it.
Okay.
Where that becomes complicated or not complicated or imperative, I shall say, is the denominator. Summative opportunities, the number of opportunities, not by subject area, but by course.
Right.
Doesn't mean science has to have the same or ELA, English has to have the same. It's by course.
Right.
And also consistency across the year. So meaning it can't all happen in Q3.
Right.
Right. Like those types of I'm on board with a cumulative. I just wanted to get your refresh on that. But that is where the math absolutely does come into play in terms of opportunities in the assessment categories. And then also how we're going to weight the midterms and the final, 10 and 10. On 2 days, it used to be 20. I mean, that's better. So, those are high percent. So these are all things. I mean, I don't know, you're not putting a board member on that. But it just does, it comes down to math, bottom line and how that happens. So, sorry, I just wanted to get a clarification on that. And I guess there is going to be a Google Doc on that as well. then?
Yes.
And again, please be careful that it's going to be 2 separate docs intended for 2 completely separate committees. So just pay attention to that heading. Someone had a hand up over here? No?
Can I clarify
Sure.
that? I hear what you're saying, that they're 2 separate committees and 2 different people. One impacts the other. I don't know, at some point, these 2 committees are going to come together. This is what we're thinking, and this is what we're thinking, because grading regulations could impact the GPA, vice versa. Not that GPA won't necessarily do the others, but grading regulations committee absolutely impacts the GPA. So they are, I understand that you're doing this separate and maybe you want to have like just clean, what is your best thinking? What is your best thinking? But at some point they will need to converge and become married to each other because one does ultimately impact the other.
And what I would also say is that because this is our first time trying something like this, because I am very sensitive to Mr. Testani's point, there could come a point where if they are able to meet a few times during the school year, that if at any invitation or at any request on their part, we'd like to check in with the board, open door. I mean, 100% absolutely. And it could very well be exactly as you just said, Mrs. Jacobson, that there's come a point where they want to have a conversation. Well, I mean, first of all, they're not my committees, they're Mr. Testani's, and I'm sure he wouldn't hesitate to pull them together for that reason.
Because they're not siloed, so.
No.
Right.
No.
I think you raise a good point, and I'm hopeful that the grading regulations will be completed before the GPA. I think that's going to be a much longer conversation than the grading. I think you raised some points that probably need to be revisited, the 0s, the 50s, the retakes. I think those are the things that have bubbled to the top, I think more so than some of the other things. But I know you were part of the policy where this went on for many meetings. So I think you're like hesitant to agree that it may be done sooner.
No, I don't have
But I
any.
think we have a framework there. I think, to me, I think the grade weighting is a much heavier lift. And I think some surveys out to parents and students at the beginning could be helpful, just to get some thoughts if the questions are pointed enough to help frame, to keep us in a more narrow, focus then. Because there's a lot. I think Dr. Hatzis mentioned what some districts do. You folks brought up some, it's all over the place. This can go in many different directions. And I'm not looking to ask folks to go down 7 rabbit holes. We really need from the board some guardrails to make sure we can stay focused on what you are willing or would like to see as a board.
I mean, I'll just say it here and then I'll leave on Mrs. Maxon Kennelly. Undergirding all of this is some values and principles, like our vision of a graduate and opportunities that we hope that all students feel comfortable taking and exploring along the way. So these are very mathematical and technical, but I'm going to be putting comments in there that say, that speak to, as we have these conversations, being mindful of all of the different things that we want our students to graduate with, that provide for them take the broadest breadth of opportunities that we access. As it was stated, that schools do look for, did you take the most challenging, but also what are some of those things that help tell your story? And I want to be mindful that as the committees go off on their way, of something being deemed more important than something else, students who may not have accessibility to certain things being deemed mathematically less, and hopefully that the undergirding of this is to expand opportunities for all kids and not get into some kind of subtraction thing. So that's, I'll put those in the comments, but just wanted to share that forth and do your bidding. But undergirding all of that is, are we opening more doors versus closing some?
Mr. Krasnoff.
So originally I was going to follow up on something you said, which I guess I'll do at the end, because I'm also going to follow up on what you just said. As soon as Ms. Max Kennelly asked me if I would do it, first I had to figure out if I could fit it in my schedule, which I'm glad I can. But also I wanted to make sure that we were not just looking at helping people with their GPAs, making sure we weren't hurting anyone with their GPAs. Like, as you said, any disadvantages to changing it in any way, or one example I had, someone that takes a lot of college prep, and the extra electives that they take do help them keep up with some people that maybe are taking a lot of honors classes and maybe not taking as many electives, and as a more well-rounded student actually than the one that's just taking the honors and the AP. So that was some of the things I personally am gonna make sure we look at and take into account. I did want to also comment on what Ms. Jacobson was saying about the regs kind of tying in. I had a few examples that it might come into play. I know some districts at one point were waiting the AP exam as part of a grade. There's nothing currently really in the regs for that. If someone opts to take the AP exam, I'm not saying it's something we want to do, but it may be something that would affect the GPA and could be in the regs. So there really may be some things that the two committees will overlap, and I don't know how. I understand that. And they don't necessarily have to use the grade. In some of the districts that I know of, you get the option of using the grade you got in the class or the grade you got if you got above, I think it was 3 or something, you get a certain grade in the class. So just thoughts. Maybe a liaison or something between the two committees might make sense. Just so you have someone that can kind of speak to both if possible. Thank you.
Well, I will say that's my understanding, at least as of right now, Dr. Parrish was going to be co-chairing with Dr. Hatzis on GPA, and Dr. Zavajanzik would be taking lead on the grading regulations. Is that still correct? So I certainly think we have to trust that the two of them will be talking, and again, exactly as you said, if a topic comes up that, hey, is your committee considering this, that would happen in that manner. All right, so I'll wrap this up there. Again, I can't stress enough. You heard Mrs. Jacobson now say it several times. I'll be adding that to the doc. Please do take this, this is going to be really important, that you put your thoughts, put your feelings in there, whether it's a question, whether it's a, non-starter for you, whether it's an adamant, belief of yours or, part of your vision that you want included. Please do it now, because the more the guidance that what does the committee wants to know, what should they be considering as they do their work? And I would hate for them to waste their time. Mr. Krasnov.
Just one more question to that point. I would love to try to go into the committee with an open mind to what everyone else wants, or do you want us to actually put what we currently feel now?
Look, I mean,
I'm just saying, I don't want to jade the process by me saying, well, as of today, I want no change. That doesn't mean, I don't want to go in there thinking that if everyone else does want change. So do you want?
I would put it to you this way. I'm not about to edit or censor what somebody wants to put in that doc. Do I think it's helpful if people are open to listening? And if I would have hoped that if your view was, no way, I'm not open to hearing anything, that you would have told me you didn't want to be on the committee. And you'd absolutely enter it in the doc as your stance. But my hope is that anyone who is serving on this committee is open to the ideas and just as open to saying, you know what, none of this dissuades me or is a compelling story for us to change our present path. There's nothing, I was very open about that might be the point where we end, but I would hope no one would go into it refusing to listen. That makes you not a very helpful committee member. Dr. Hatzis?
Thank you. I guess it's the educator in me that just wanted to weigh in a little bit to help board members think about this a little bit. Those of you that have had students in high school, the landscape is changing under our feet, as we speak. Those of you that haven't had students, this might not have been something that you've had a chance to really grapple with a whole lot yet. And what I can tell you is that we as a committee and as the co-chair with Dr. Parrish, I know that we would appreciate your wonderings, right? So even if, whether you have a personal feeling about it, if you're just wondering about it, that helps us gain more perspective in terms of things that we can look at. It might be something that you have no idea if you believe in or not, but you're curious. And for a committee, for us to weigh pros and cons of any of the suggestions, that would be what we would want to report back to you, to be as thorough as possible so that we're all making as informed a decision. Putting GPA scales, it's a topic at the board meeting. We're going to have a committee on it. But then sometimes when other people apply perspective, we can remember that once you actually commit to your college and send that check, your high school GPA will never matter again for the rest of your life, except for maybe if you transfer after your freshman year. But even after that, so that's a thing. But yet we do place an immense amount of pressure on students, and I've always said the biggest change I've seen in my career is the increase of anxiety around academic stress, and this is a part of that equation. So that's just something from my perspective, but we do welcome any of those comments so that we can be thorough in our research. Thank you.
And I would want to add one other point. Here's something that I don't think would be the most helpful comment. Again, not censoring anybody, feel free to put it in. But this would be one of the few topics where entering the question, what do other districts do, is not going to be overly helpful unless you can imply what you're looking for. The point being 169 municipal districts, there are 169 different methods out there. No, but there is no silver bullet. There's no one right way. It's going to be what's right for Fairfield. What do we believe in? What do we think, communicates the message or works in the way that's best? Now, so that if there's something you're looking for, that's one thing. But just a general ask the committee, what do other districts do? I'm not sure how helpful that would be, but there. Sorry, wait, Mrs. Flynn, no?
I only asked this question because I was going to ask this on the document, so I want to make sure that survey that was done a long time ago, I wasn't in, I think, I wasn't in the room for grading. I was there for facilities. But a survey like that, would you be open or want to do something moving forward in this work with the committee?
It's number one on the memo.
Dreamy.
So 100%. I'm gonna, sorry, Dr. Hatzis, I'm
Never
gonna
mind.
jump in on that one. The
Yes.
policy already talked about that one. We absolutely need that.
Well, when you talk about wonderings, the first wonder I had when you said that was how would that survey look different? And it hasn't been that many years. Just for me, I would almost want to see, we know it's changing for our students. So I think that even to see on paper in 8 years, 10 years, how much has changed just locally, I think would be dramatic. So.
Mr. Krasnov.
One more question, and it may seem a little strange, but there's method to my madness. Is this don't think of cost type of process? So like hypothetically, if we think we need to add a level to some of our cores and it might be an FTE cost, would that be something to bring up in our discussion, or this is just GPA?
I don't think
based?
so.
Okay.
I mean, no,
Don't bring that
this
up,
is just me talking.
or cost
No,
shouldn't
I
be
think
a thing.
you're on the GPA committee. You're there advocating for what do you think are the best suggestions that the GPA committee can grapple with and discuss. So no, I don't think you should be trying to count out FTE, but that's just me and I could regret that statement later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so thank you so much, Dr. Hatzis, board. Thank you so much for a very robust discussion tonight. I really appreciate it, and I know the policy committee very much appreciates it because this was work it would have been too hard for us to do on our own. Now moving on to agenda item number 6, the consent calendar. Looking for approval of the minutes. Everyone did receive a new draft on the table in front of you. Motion to approve, Mrs. Jacobson, seconded by Mr. Lee. Any comments or questions? Okay. All those in favor? Mrs. Bardenwerper, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mrs. Rinaldi, Mr. Krasnov, those opposed, abstentions. Mr. Lee, thank you so much. Now moving on to old business, approval of policy 3310 purchasing. Recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 3310 purchasing. Moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Mrs. Bardenwerper. And Mr. McNeary is coming to the table. Okay, any board questions? I was not expecting that. All right. If there are no questions, going out to the public then, any public comment on the policy 3310 for purchasing? Seeing none, back to the board. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving on to agenda item 7B, approval of policy 3323, bids and quotations. Recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 3323, bids and quotations. Moved by Mrs. Jacobson, seconded by Mrs. Flynn. Any questions? Seeing none, out to the public. Any public comment on policy 3323? Seeing none, back to the board. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 7C, approval of policy 6141.3273, use of artificial intelligence. Recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 6141.3273, use of artificial intelligence. Moved by Mrs. Bardenwerper, seconded by Mrs. Flynn. Any discussion? Mrs. Jacobson.
Yes, thank you. I had indicated during our first read, I had a couple of questions to run through staff, which I did do that. I have included and submitted to the full board a proposed couple of small amendments to this policy as such. Would you like me to make the motion before okay. I will read it out loud. It's quite long. It is included in the enclosures if anyone is interested. Pardon me? No, it's one motion for both adjustments. Thank you. It's written out on the handout? Okay. It's called handout, May 12, 2026. All right, so I'm going to move to amend policy number 6141.3273, use of artificial intelligence as follows. On page C, section B, vendor evaluation and approval. In the last sentence, add a period after the word models and strike, quote, without explicit written district authorization. And on page D, section D, ongoing monitoring. In the second sentence, insert the word policies and a comma after terms of service and before or data handling practices. That's the motion.
Seconded by Mr. Krasnov and Ms. Jacobson, if you'd like to speak to your amendment.
Thank you. So what I included in the handout was the two areas that I was emotioning so everyone could see what it would look like within the policy and then a rationale for each. So I had reached out to staff on this. The first one, I was confused on why that had been in, and I was trying to get some greater understanding, and it seemed that there was concurrence on why that would be in, and agreement that it should be a period after the word models and take out with it without explicit written district authorization. I provide that. I just don't think it was intended, and I don't want to speak for the policy to create some sort of an exception to law, which we can't really do anyway. So that's that. And then policies, when it comes to online things, are separate and distinct from terms of service, as we all probably know from reading some of those. And it wasn't just included in here, so as a distinct item to cover the full scope, was just to insert that word policies, and there was also agreement on that.
And is Mr. Taddy here? No, yes, so, and Mr. Taddy, if if you'd like to come up and speak to it, because I know Mrs. Jacobson did check with you, and just to confirm that this all works for you.
I confirm.
Could have had you shout that from the back.
All good.
Go ahead.
No, definitely. It was actually a good point for both amendments. We're just an oversight in the policy committee. We spent a lot more time on the nuances of the academic purpose and those pieces of it as opposed to the evaluation of vendors. So this is a good amendment, and we're in agreement. So.
Okay, so any questions on the amendment and the amendment only? Going out to the public, any public comment on the amendment and the amendment only? Coming back to the full board, all those in favor? The amendment passes unanimously. Thank you. Other comments, questions on the policy? Mr. Lee.
I'm going to support this policy for right now because we need an AI policy. However, I'm going to caution, and especially members on this board and members in the audience, we cannot, AI is here to stay. Whether we like it or not, it's here to stay. We have to have an understanding on how to use it, not run away from it, not hide it. It is being used, if you're a college graduate and you want to apply to Amazon and those tech companies, they tell you straight out, AI is reading your resume. Not knowing how to work AI properly to our advantage is only going to hurt these kids later. We cannot hide behind it. I'm going to stress that. Everything is AI. You see it every day. 5,000 people are let go at Facebook because they're going to do AI. Allbirds, everyone was wearing Allbirds shoes. They dissolved to start an AI company. It's here to stay. Don't hide it. Teach them right. Teach them how to use it. You're not going to have a problem. Because I'm telling you now, colleges, and I sit on the board on the AI committee of the college, and they are instructing their teachers to use AI and how to teach. And I can only assume, and it was Mr. McGarry, no, but I'm assuming today's future educators in college are learning AI to teach and how to present it to our kids. I'm just cautioning that we need to review this policy quite often because it will change, and hiding behind it and not using it is a big disadvantage for our district. But I will support the policy.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Flynn.
I will also be supporting this policy for a little bit of a different reason than my colleague, Mr. Lee. I very much agree that AI is something that our world and our community is dealing with, and we need to give support to our educators and staff that are asking for that in terms of this policy and creating safeguards for them. Where I will disagree with you a touch is that I got on this committee to preserve our students still having the rigor and curiosity, and that our education is being led by our trained professionals and not AI. And that's what this policy does, and that's what we were asked to do by our staff. So I think there's a big difference between learning about technology and having technology integrated into how we teach. So I think those are two very, very different things, but I very much appreciate that we have to balance both. So there's a lot of this policy that I think protects our youngest learners as they're getting introductions into technology and gives space for our educators and our older learners to use it as they need to. So I want to just give some real kudos to our staff and administration on the process of this committee. I found it to be, I've mentioned this at the table several times, a very positive experience. And while it's not perfect, you know, I don't think we're in a position that we can throw out entirely the good for the perfect in this scenario, because the resounding commentary from our staff in that committee was that they needed some kind of assistance to help support our students and themselves while integrating this tech into their instruction. So I very much appreciate the work. I think it's very much going to be a living document that we see coming before us. I think we're seeing that more and more for a whole host of things. So I want to really just thank Mr. Taddy and Dr. Parrish for their work on this, and all the committee members, including Ms. O'Neill, who is not here. Like I said, it's been a very positive experience, and I would love to see it for other topics like educational technology in general. Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Krasnov.
So I am also going to support this, but because it is a good balance between what Mr. Lee and what Ms. Flynn said, AI is here. It's going to unfortunately take jobs away from our students, people in the community, but there is also educational benefits to AI that are currently being discovered and probably will continue to be discovered. So to not have a policy, I think, would have been a bad decision, but to have a policy that said no AI, I personally think would have also been a bad decision. So for me, this was a perfect compromise, and thank you, committee, for coming up with a compromise that defines it a little better than the original one does, but still leaves room for AI to be in our schools. So thank you.
Mrs. Jacobson.
No, I'm just gonna thank the policy committee and the committee who worked on this for bringing us back something that, in my mind, my main concern on the first draft is that it didn't have some security provisions in it. Those made, in the absence of the policy, those don't exist currently, other than in the ethosphere of other policies, so to speak. So I'm going to support that. There were some very large AI bills and online data security bills that passed this session. Wasn't about to get into wordsmithing definitions and things here, but I do suspect that things will having to be, this might be one of those, you know, that we might see often depending on things that come down from the state. So just to the public, know that some big things there were passed as well. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, anyone else? Just a few comments. I do need to reiterate my thanks. You know, the policy worked on this hard. We came up here, we got punched a bit, and honestly, but it was all for the good. You know, it resulted in a much better policy. And I'm always appreciative of let's get it right. Not that I think this is, I agree with Mrs. Flynn, this is not the end of the story. One of the things that a few things definitively I think it's worth repeating, since so many people could not come to our last meeting when we had our first read of this, is the reminder that there is no generative AI use for classroom instruction, problem solving, critical thinking for K through 8, period. And in our high school, we have explicitly in there, it is with teacher permission. And we have to continue. I know that staff will continue to be supported in what are productive ways to do it, because I do very much hear the comment that we have a less cognitively gifted generation right now, and there's no question that technology lets kids be dumb. And that's where we very much need parents to fulfill a role here as well. When kids are at home doing their homework and they're using AI, teacher can't stop that, and there's no policy in the world that can stop that. And parental awareness at home is a significant part of making sure that our students are using it ethically in the way that the staff member intended it to be used, and that they are getting the foundational skills and knowledge that the teacher intended them to gain. So again, thanks for all those who worked on it. Mr. Lee?
I would like to piggyback you on that comment. We have the policy now for the school. It does us no good if the kids at home, the parents can't follow some kind of security, some kind of policy behind it, because it'd be all for naught. So this has to go both ways out there. we did our part. It's not just on the school board. It's on what happens behind those closed doors at home when the kids go home at night. If we don't have any help there, this is useless, this policy.
I won't quite say useless, but it definitely makes everything more challenging.
I mean, I think the things I heard, we hear where the society is not as smart. Colleges are thinking AI is going to help these kids socially when they start doing it, just because of the fact how it's being used. So that's when I sound that, and I want to make that a point. And I want everyone to think about this. If you use AI to write a paper and you have it written out, if you don't review it, you're in trouble. First of all, because you're going to hand in something you're going to know right away. But it changes the way teaching is going to happen.
It already is.
That you're going to have more class presentations where the kids going to have to present what they have done, and more interaction with their classmates and their teachers. And it's going to be like that in the long run. We may not see it now, but the higher education does see it.
Mrs. Flynn.
When we're having these conversations about technology, I want to be really, really careful that we are not cherry picking data and anecdotals to talk about. There is now data coming out of MIT that notes being taken on technology devices are not producing as much brain activity as handwritten notes. So if we're going to start getting back to science, that's going to be applicative to everything. So there is a ton of anecdotals being spouted off about AI by a lot of people that are making a lot of money off of it. So I am very hesitant to drive our board policy by anecdotals. So I'm happy to talk about AI. I like this policy, but I think that we have to be really careful at this table declaring to our community anything that we don't know.
But
Mr. Lee?
It's also by experience. You talk about MIT coming out with that. But what I'm referring to, and we talked about even with the GPA, for that kid who can't take the notes as quick, that's using AI to take notes, that kid is actually now almost equal with their peers, so they can go home and look at
Okay,
it.
well, I don't think we need to get into, the point being, we all recognize that there are some legitimate uses for it. That is why we are not banning it, if we can agree on that. And also agree that whether it's due to state legislation that's coming out, or issues that arise, that we're going to need to make future amendments, whether it's to the regs or the policy, we won't hesitate to bring that back up again. Okay? Going out to the public, is there any comment on this? If we could just, yeah, sure. If you just have your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Jean Sherman, 422 North Benson Road. The green light's on? Okay. I had a lot of thoughts about it. I guess I understand the need for it. I know it's in the high school now. I currently have 2 high school students. The policy, I read it so many times and I have so many questions, and it feels like a lot of words saying not a lot of things. Like, I don't feel like there are directives. I don't know if the staff is looking for more directives. I have spoken to you guys before a couple months ago. I was at the policy committee meeting. I feel like AI is now the baseline assumption. Teachers are just assuming kids are not doing their work, and it's AI. And it's really sad. And this is anecdotal, but I've talked to many honors AP students, those level kids. They're dumbing down their work so that they are not falsely accused of using AI. And that's disappointing. And that's not something I want to accept. We don't need this to be the world we're living in. And I think we're doing our kids a disservice. I think we could do the policy where it takes all the security measures, like the second half of the policy, get that in there immediately, and maybe we rework how it's going to be used, because it's so open-ended. And I shared my family's experiences. I don't want I want some more protections for our kids, basically. I mean, there needs to be a little bit more transparency about what happens if a teacher is suspecting a kid is using AI, if a kid can now have a hearing to defend themselves. I mean, I think that is lacking, and that should be in there for us parents, because this is now coming. We don't have an option to opt out of it. Chromebooks were given to our kids during COVID, and we had to just accept that. We couldn't opt out of those. And here we are not being able to opt out of that. So appreciate that this will be hopefully a living document that maybe you'll come back to and be able to amend going forward. But I think I'm worried about opening Pandora's box and the effect this could have on our Fairfield's best and brightest, you know, but even the other kids not doing their work, it's really sad. So thank you all for doing this. I know that I learned a lot at the policy committee meeting, and I'm very appreciative of everybody who put their time into this, but I needed to come here and state for the record that I think this is moving a little bit too fast, and I think we left out a really important piece in protecting the kids and giving assurances that they can defend themselves in their work. And everyone is treated fairly and equally across the district and both high schools. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I, Christina Mink.
Make sure you're talking into the microphone.
Sure. Yeah. Hi. Just tell me when the 3 minutes is up. So I agree that there has to be an understanding of AI. It is here to stay, and that it needs to be taught right. I don't think that there's enough in this policy that really guides how are teachers going to be taught how to use this? How are kids going to be using it? How are teachers going to be using it to check on the kids' work that they have used for the AI? I think it's a mistake to rush and say, we just need to get something. We need to get something on the books because there needs to be a policy. Right now, the policy is vague and ambiguous, and I've read it several times as well. And just tonight, I spoke to a friend who's had a similar situation, someone else who couldn't be here, but we were talking about it before the meeting. And her kid's also been falsely accused. She had to go and she had an opportunity to defend her work. In another unrelated issue, she's having the opportunity to appeal a grade that she had. So I guess I'm just wondering, like, where's the consistency? Where's the transparency? How is it that is a student going to be able to defend their work based on a suspicion that a teacher might think that something was AI generated? How is the teacher going to check that? Again, is the teacher being trained in how to use the technology to check that? And where's the burden of proof? Is the burden of proof on the teacher to say, this is how you used AI? Or does the burden shift to the student who then has the opportunity to defend their work? And what if there's not even an opportunity? I mean, can the teacher just change a student's grade because they think that AI was used? So these are just questions that I think are out there that haven't been addressed. And it's great to have policy, but policy needs to also have procedure to effectuate that policy and to make sure that it is being implemented in the right way. And I think that's what's lacking here. And then the only other thing is it came up in a different discussion tonight when I came in, but there was a quote where someone said, this is your grade and it's not going to change. I think that is a very poignant statement, and I think that needs to carry over to this as well. You know, like if a teacher has given you a grade, at what point did they say, oh, I think maybe you used AI and now I'm going to go back and change your grade? You know, there has to be some sort of, again, like an objective component as opposed to just a subjective, decision on that. So I think, yeah, I think my 3 minutes is probably up. That kind of covers everything. And the training for teachers, I think, is so important because this is so new to everyone. And I think that really needs to be a focal point of, if you're going to use something and it's going to be part of your classroom and part of your instruction, you have to be taught how to use it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Any final comments by the board? Okay, thank you. Again, recommended motion as amended, so that the Board of Education approve policy 6141 3273, use of artificial intelligence as amended. All those in favor? Mrs. Bardenwerper, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Krasnoff. All those opposed? Abstentions? Mrs. Rinaldi. Thank you. Next, we have item 7D, approval of policy 6162.51, survey of students. Recommended motion that the Board of Education approve policy 6162.51, survey of students, moved by Mrs. Jacobson, seconded by Mrs. Flynn. First of all, if everyone can note, this is one of those policies where we did take this back up again in policy committee. So you'll notice the blue language is what we have added. We thought that because this was a reflection of the board's discussion, that this did not need another first read, that this was sufficient to move ahead as a vote. But obviously, if board members object to that, we can treat this as a first read. So we will take our cues from you. So any discussion, Mrs. Jacobson?
No, thank you. I'm happy with the changes. I'm just wondering if I should make a friendly amendment to the recommended motion to put revised, just so for historical context, because it is different than the first read version.
So I guess I wouldn't have thought so because there was no motion before. So, I mean, this is the first motion and then this is what we're voting on.
Because you're counting it per enclosure number 3.
Yes.
Because it just is different than the first read. That's all I'm saying. So
Correct.
however you want to do it, I'm just saying somehow it should be noted.
I think this motion works, but I'm happy to look that up and for future reference.
I think we've done revised.
I think we can.
Or per enclosure, either way. I'm going to support it. I think the changes.
Okay, no, but I want to do it right, so I will look that up. Okay. Any comments about the Mr. Krasnoff?
I just want to thank you for making the changes and not making me bring the amendment here. So thank you.
And just please know that's how we always would like to do it in policy. Whenever we can do the wordsmithing there, we're always happy to do that. But in this one, it was easy because we got a clear message from the board. So that was not hard to do. All right. Any other comments, suggestions, questions? No, going out to the public. Any comments on surveys of students? No, coming back to the board. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Now moving on to new business. We'll begin with our item 8A, our third quarter financial report. You have all received the extensive enclosure number 4.
I did not use AI to create this, so. And I write all my notes. I handwrite all my notes, so. So rather than, go through each part of the quarterly report, what I'll do is I'll just kind of go over the materials that you have for the quarterly report, and then just kind of hit some of the highlights, and then I'll open it up for questions, or the chair can open it up for questions. So the memo attached is similar to the memo I did for the second quarter. I tried to include just some explanation of why things were trending the way they were. The headline would be that from a roughly $900,000 surplus, I increased my projection to about 1.7 million. And I'll touch on some of those aspects of what's driving the changes. So you have a memo before you, you have a summary by major classification, and then you have a detail by major classification, which is the long document with a lot of lines. And then a grant revenue and expense by program, which just really shows the revenue and expenses for our grants. So to just go over what's driving the quarterly report, we got new data, talking to department heads and just seeing where they're going to land. Our projection for, our surplus and personnel services is pretty consistent with what we projected in Q2. You'll see that we just made an assumption that our wage and benefit reserve, that we would have a surplus in that category, and that's really one of the things that's driving it. Also, an instructional overload, just looking at some of the data. In that subcategory, we felt that from a deficit, it was trending more towards being on budget or a slight surplus. For fixed charges, that's really similar. It follows the salary narrative, so the explanation will be consistent with what I said above. Pupil personnel expenses, that's one of the biggest things that's contributing to the increase in our surplus projection. In Q2, we made a conservative estimate for settlements and outplacements. We adjusted those assumptions, just based on talking with the department. So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a swing in that category. Transportation, similar to the prior quarterly report, and all the transportation lines net, not just in the pupil personnel expenses major category, but also in the maintenance transportation category. We're expecting a deficit there. For school expenses, we sent out a memo to schools for year-end closing processes, so we were able to, we're projecting a small surplus there, which would essentially be the return of funds that schools didn't spend. Support expenses, really there, and professional tuition, HR, looking at the data, talking with HR. The tuition reimbursement we expect to be coming under budget, so that's one of the major drivers there. Maintenance and transportation, we projected a $469,000 deficit based on snow removal. The 446,401 is pretty close to that. That's about where we landed with snow removal, so that's pretty consistent. And for capital outlay, there's just a deficit for technology equipment, which reflects the encumbrance for Chromebooks, which is also going to be covered in the when we talk about transfers for FY 25-26. So with that, I will just open it up, or I don't know if I can open it up for questions, but yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. I can open it up to any questions. Ms. Jacobson?
Hi, thank you. I'm just going to zoom out really quickly, and then I'll hone in on a few particular items. I went just to the grand total. Sorry, is this working? The grand total amount on the last page. And so the unencumbered balance at the end of Q3 was over $22 million, and it seemed pretty high to me. So I went back to last year's, and we were at 6.6. Just zooming out, that's a very large, 3 times the amount at the same point last year that we have unencumbered as we do this year. It makes me feel concerned that we weren't expending our budget. I think that's detailed in some of the line items as we go through it in a few minutes, but can you just help me understand, or us and the board or the community, why this unencumbered balance is so high at this point?
Are you talking about the projected additional obligation column?
Yeah, no, it says unencumbered balance, the last page of the 50-page document. And I'm just raising that number because last year at this same point, it was 6.6 million. So that's a very large difference. So just as you've grappled with this year and come on board, why does so much of this money seem unencumbered?
I mean, I would have to look at last year's report to kind of definitively say what's driving the difference. From my perspective, I've really tried to educate departments on encumbering money that they expect to spend. So I can't say why there's a difference in the report, but I can say, for me, a lot of part of, with finance and government and it carries over to school districts as well. A lot of it isn't just the numbers, it's people behind the numbers. And so a lot of it is educating people so that they understand how the budget works, why encumbrances are important. So I can probably look at last year's data to see.
I'm not asking you to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like it screams a little high, and there might be, I just wanted to understand, and maybe that's something you can talk about at a different time.
Yeah.
Of that, it's red flag-ish, in terms of a disparity. And if there's an understanding of why that might be, I think that might be helpful, not only for other boards possibly, but for the community at large that might see that we're not actually expending our dollars that we asked for on educating kids. So I'm just going to hone in on a few areas. On page 24, guys, I'm on the big document. Sorry, page 24. There's this report in the corner. There's page numbers in the corner. Page 24, and I know we're going to talk about some, surplus, so to speak, in a bit, but in the maintenance items, I've got about 446,000 and change that were transferred, so to speak, and I understand we had overages in other areas, but some of these areas are things that we well discussed going into this year around preventative maintenance, and keeping up with that in our materials. Some of the particular items that I talked about were things like the painting and the pavement. I know we've had unbudgeted emergencies, but as we go to talk about, quote, like a surplus, I think I might define a surplus differently, meaning we did everything we said we were going to do. We bought everything we said we were going to buy, and there's extra money. Not we didn't do things that we said we were going to do, or we didn't buy things that we said that we were going to buy, and we're calling that a surplus. I might call that a cut, right? So if we have additional funding, and this might be a different conversation, I'm concerned about this area and not doing preventative maintenance. It's been an area that we've really focused on for many, many years to not do things like that. And $500,000 is $500,000, so, or almost $500,000 of that. And I would say if there's money, I would hope to see that we would actually do all of the preventative maintenance on HVAC and exterior and the paving and the painting and all the things that we really focused on. So that was, do you have any light on that area?
Yeah, so just as of the 331 report, and you see it in the transfers document, I'm proposing to make a transfer from other categories to cover the snow removal overage. The reason why some of these categories may show that transfers were taken out of them is because I told them to cover it within the maintenance and transportation category, and then I would come for a transfer from other categories to make it whole. So there's stuff that's happening in Q4 where, now I told them, hey, listen, we're going to cover it from these other categories. I'm going to cover the snow removal overage. Take whatever you transferred into snow removal from your maintenance categories and allocate it as you will for preventative maintenance. And that's the discussion that we've had here. You won't see it here because these numbers are as of 331. And I wanted to come to you with the transfers before I did that.
So the snow removal I know is about a little over 200 and something $1,000 or something like that, right? The overage. 200
No,
something.
it's more than that. It's about
There's a line in here though, snow removal. Anyway, all right, so what I'm going to see in Q4 is that these preventative maintenance lines will go back to as budgeted.
Some of them may shift around depending on what maintenance is needed. Angeles could maybe speak about that a little bit. But after you're assuming the transfers are approved, then that money will come in, and I know they are scheduling maintenance. I don't know if it'll be exactly what is budgeted, but the money will come back into
That's good to know. No, thank you. I was concerned on that, so that's good. The other page I want to go to is page 22. In the supplies area. Not sure who to ask this question to, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly. There might be something, because I know some of these details. We've got, or some of these supplies, that for textbooks, I'm going to go down to section 401, guys. I'd like to ask the question, about world language 2 areas. We passed a new world language curriculum last year. We were asked to fund textbooks for those courses. We put it in our budget. And can I have an understanding of why those textbooks weren't available for our students and teachers on August 26th?
Textbooks were purchased, they were available.
Oh, so is that an error then?
I'd have to go back and check, but they have them, class sets and all the, Spanish one, French
So
one.
I should have asked if that was correct.
That is correct, and they have the, online access. It took a few weeks to get it installed, but they did get it.
Oh, because this has been shown as not being spent at all since the beginning of this year. So that's an error then, that $250,000 that hasn't been expended on the world language textbooks?
I'll go back and check. They have the book, so I know it was
Okay.
expended.
All right, so that's good to know. And then the last thing is the social studies, 98,000, that wasn't budgeted and is showing as a deficit. Did we pre-purchase something, or is that something that we can adjust for next year then?
Let me just find it. Give me 1 second.
If you go to the far column, it helps because you can look for the brackets, but.
The negative.
Yep, the negative.
Yeah, so, we talked about this earlier on. Some of the textbooks for the AP classes for next year have to be purchased so that kids can have them before they leave.
Those are AP class sets? Well,
No, some of them are take homes that they get. Remember the AMSCO books we showed you?
oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
So some of
Yeah,
them have to go there.
So to be specific, that was you pre-purchased some of the AP social studies. Are those not in next year's budget then?
They are not there.
Okay, they are.
And
Okay.
then there was some elementary we got ahead of because we want to get the units. Remember the elementary was
Yeah.
the pamphlet.
Well, we
sort of
had the
book.
whole conversation. and
Correct.
We might bring this up in
Yes.
the next budget conversation, but there was a deficit, so okay, got it. All right, I just have one more question, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, or a couple more. So going back to the sped tuition, the outplacement tuition, Q2, we had a $1.8 million deficit. We were that much better in Q3 on tuition, or because that is a very large thing to not only come back from, but have a surplus.
Not sure where you're, let me.
The SE, it's the tuition for outplacements.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so like I said, I talked with the department head. I did when I did the second quarterly report, first of all, I came in December, we were doing the budget. And, part of it was just figuring out a method and procedure. So I would say with this quarterly report, when I spoke with them, I said, let's be conservative with outplacements and settlements. And then, in this quarterly report, when we revisited again, I thought the number could be refined. As to why there is projected to be such a surplus, I just think it's the work that they're doing in district to keep people in. But those are the numbers. That's what
I would indicate that someone came back because we budget based on the no need, right? So, I mean, just trying to understand. The bottom line is this: there's no $1.8 million deficit in tuition anymore.
Well, also, yeah, I was just going to say that also too, with the excess cost grant, that we don't account for the excess cost grant until the money comes in. So that could also be why, it's not, because depending on the timing of when we get the payment and when we book it, expenses are going into that category. When we get the money in, we'll credit the expense and move it to a different grant fund. That may also be why that deficit.
What
is
we
showing.
budget for tuition is net.
Well, the only
It's
thing.
already accounting for the fact that we get the grant.
Yes, but the only thing I'm going to say is that the numbers in here aren't really a projection of surplus deficit. The projection of surplus deficit is shown here. This is really the detail, and like I said, the detail can vary. So similarly,
I just
I'll
want
have
to
to
make sure we
say.
don't have a deficit there and that you're comfortable with that for the rest of the year. Okay,
Yes.
that's all I wanted to check. All right, one last area that I had. So just on the staff, it seems that not seems, it is. Can you help me understand in the areas where we didn't have any change in FTE? There's a lot of salary changes in terms of either hire, money moving in, or money moving out, but there was no change to FTE. So just broadly, if the FTE hasn't changed, but there's a lot of changes to the amount that we budgeted for that same FTE, what would you attribute that to? Like certified staff, non-certified, staff, the support staff, there's a whole bunch of areas where almost a lot of lines are different than what we budgeted. So what is that attributed to? But no change in FTE.
Oh, sorry. You can.
So, most of that could be a combination of shifting of people. So you have a budget in one school and the person moves to a different school. So the budget won't move with that person, but the salary and the actuals will. So that shows there as well. I know there was an issue with the art teachers. There was some questions in the first quarter about some transfers that were done. Those were just how things were
Oh, no,
budgeted
yeah.
last year.
I get the subject areas because
Yeah.
that shifts
I'll
based on.
just add
yeah,
too,
yeah.
there was lane changes, so we had an agreement regarding, I believe, Mick and I came to an agreement on 23 teachers that moved mid-year. And that was a unique circumstance when there was timing and some confusion in HR when folks submitted their course approvals and their final transcripts. So we came to an agreement that they would not have to wait an entire year to get the lane advancement, that there was 20, I believe 23 teachers that moved mid-year. So they all got a salary increase halfway through the year rather than at the beginning of the year. And then there was some teachers that were anticipated for the degree lane advancement and had never completed. So I think that's what took down some of the salaries as well.
No, but there were some that were a lot that went up, but the
Yeah.
lane change because of that, right?
Yeah.
It was really in the certified support staff, and para categories in particular. That had just almost every para had a different number than what we budgeted. That's hundreds of positions. So just wanted to get an understanding of what was going on there, plus or minus, either way. So it just looks like a lot of salary changes. So thank you. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Krasnoff.
Thank you. Just have a few questions. First, actually in the unencumbered line under, I think it's the second to last page. Yep. It says utility reserve account. $194,592. It said it's unencumbered. Is it right to assume that's still part of this deficit and we're using it for something, or is it?
Really where it would be accounted is we're not gonna charge any expenses to that line, so nothing's gonna be encumbered. It would just net against really, if there are any expected deficits in utilities, it would net against that. So, to the extent that we have deficits in utilities, we would make a budget transfer from that line to the utility lines that are over budget to true up those budgets.
But you're projecting a deficit currently that equals the deficit, not including that number. So could this possibly be less that amount, the deficit?
Yeah, so I think the best way to look at it would be to look at the summary page. And what you would do is you would look at the, projected balance, surplus, deficit, and you would just net all those numbers together to see where you would be total on utilities.
So when we look at unencumbered numbers, they are going to be included in your projected deficit, whether
Yeah.
we use them or not. So if we don't use it, that will
I-
help.
yeah.
You hear what I'm saying? Like you're
Yeah.
still accounting for it, whether we
Yes.
spend it or not.
Yeah, so it would be really easy for me if I just went and assumed that the revised budget minus year-to-date actuals minus the encumbrances and requisitions is what you're gonna spend. That's not what I do. I will look at that with departments and say, okay, this is what the system says. Is this really what you're expecting? And, to Ms. Jacobson's point, then I'll say, okay, well, like, what's not encumbered here? What are we missing? Are we expecting things that are coming at the end of the year? And then I'll put that in the projected additional obligation column in the summary, because that's really where the projections are all rolling up to. So that's how I account for it.
So if we see a line item like that, at this point, we should assume there is an expense for it unless we hear otherwise the last quarter?
Yeah, so I didn't sum the numbers up, but basically you would assume that the utility reserve would just cover if there's an overage in electricity, gas and heat, water, that utility reserve would go to cover that. But you would just take the net of those four numbers, which I could calculate them real quickly, but that would be what the utility reserve would go towards. So you would be, yes, I mean, this quarterly report, as the numbers are, as they are, this would assume that would be used to cover deficits.
Currently, yeah,
Yes,
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
sorry, that was
I-
a long-winded way of
Yeah,
answering
I
it.
did the math and it was coming out close to that number.
Yeah.
So I was, as
Okay,
of right now, you're
understood.
assuming we're spending it, but there is a possibility we're not spending
There's a
that.
possibility
Okay,
that you don't
that's
spend it.
exactly what I was asking. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Mrs.
So
Jacobson?
we created that line specifically separate from the synergistics contract line because it was combined originally in the budget. We separated them out specifically that there would be a reserve because you didn't know which of the utilities was going to need things to be distributed to. So I would hope, because if we're not going to use it, then it can be a cut in next year's budget because it's also in there as well. So
Sure.
I just
Yeah.
want to, I think that it will be given some of that, but just explaining that we create.
Well, and that is I know we're gonna use it. Obviously, we have a deficit more than that number, but my hope is maybe it helps it not be as much of a deficit.
Yes, that's how it would be. That's how it would be used. Yes.
Great. And then the only other real question I have, and it's kind of a multi-tiered question, what's going on with transportation? It's the one category that seems to keep getting away from us. We keep trying to right the ship. I know we cut some support on like the ECC buses. I know we cut down some of the bus routes. I know we're trying to get a handle on it, but I just don't want to see it to be a one-way train, one, or two. I'm wondering if we're seeing some of that savings yet here, or we won't see it maybe till Q4. I don't know if we have an answer to that.
So I will say one of the things with the transportation lines is that after the RTM voted last year, when I was looking at the budget, there appeared to be a reduction in the transportation line of, I think, around 640,000. It's not just one line; it was spread, I think, against 2 or 3 lines. So that was a $640,000 estimate. I don't know what was discussed at the time, so I don't know what that projected savings was based on. But to the extent that, we're only projecting a $400,000 deficit, let's say, across all those lines, I would say you received $200,000 worth of savings, because whatever the budget was when it went to the RTM was $600,000 higher. I don't know, like I said, I wasn't there to see why the number was reduced, but I know that we do expect to see those savings. And we have asked the transportation on a quarterly basis to update their encumbrances to reflect what they actually expect to expend through the end of the year, which would take into account any cuts that were made.
The one that jumps out to me is really the sped transportation. It jumped quite a bit, and I believe we cut that quite a bit. So I just was trying to understand what happened.
I think that was the line. I think that was the line that was reduced instead of like making a instead of distributing the cut last year, it was just cut in the sped transportation.
I'm sorry, I should have clarified. I'm comparing Q2's deficit
Yeah.
to Q3's deficit. But I know in Q2, towards the end, we made a bunch of changes to try to right that deficit. And I'm wondering how it's getting worse. That's more what I'm just trying to understand. And there may be an explanation for it. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Because I don't want it to become a runaway train, especially when I cut next year's transportation budget.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you have anything to add? For me, it's something that I'd have to kind of look at to, see what's driving the numbers up specifically. Once again, I would say part of it is just like we had the conversation about encumbrances and making sure we encumber what we expect to spend after we had done that Q2 report. And, and they are just estimates at the end of the day, but Angela, if you have anything to add.
And one more thing to it, I'm assuming the transportation in the past has always been delayed a little bit, so could we be writing the ship more than we're seeing here, or is this all really like to date?
This is pretty much to date. We did go back again and we were able to cut 4 additional buses. So, but that's been running for over 30 days now. So that would be reflected in those reports. As for the special education, that's very volatile. We get students daily that either change or we need to change a route. We need to create a new route for a specific student. So it's a very volatile. It goes up and down on a very regular basis for special ed transportation.
Okay. Are removing the assistant saving? Because I do see them, they're still people on those buses.
So it did a savings, but that was way in the beginning of the year, so we've already seen that. You do see people on the buses because PPT requirements do say either an aide or a nurse. Sometimes there's a nurse on the bus as well. So those are still on the bus and still active.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Mrs. Jacobson?
And again, I'm not sure, Mrs. Maxicali, who had to put this through. So I just want to speak to some things that I've heard and dispel any rumors or whatnot, or what some complications that might be happening in transportation. And I'm sorry I didn't ask in my questions. I forgot about this one. Did we sign an additional transportation contract with DATCO this year?
We do have a transportation contract with DATCO for charter services, not for home to school, not for special education.
Right.
It's only for the field trips because of the problems that our current provider was having with supplying and drivers and buses for the
So
trips.
that additional contract, was the amount of that contract to provide that charter services subtracted from the first student contract, therefore not creating an unbudgeted line item?
Those fees for those charters don't come out of the transportation. They're paid out of the schools for the field trips, and they're paid out of the sports for the sports trips.
Okay, so that's the problem then. Okay, so just the chair and the superintendent. So I think that there's been some impact from this at our schools district-wide. From what my understanding, I'd like to get some better clarity on it with field trips now, because this DATCO system or whatever might be happening is more expensive than what first student was, and therefore either they're being canceled or asking parents to cost more. So this, I'm not saying true or not. This is, look, from high school to elementary, I've heard about issues with the field trips having to do with the charter. So any information that we can get, because we didn't come to us, it's not something that we discussed here at this table, what that would all mean. I'm sure there was a good reason for doing it. Just if we can clarify what's going on and how this is impacting buildings.
Yeah, well, there are some field trips that the transportation is costing a little bit more. We are putting together, and it's going out to bid so that next year, whomever wins the bid for charters and sports. But on the flip side of it, if we had not done this, instead of having an increase in cost, we'd have no buses, because we had many challenges where field trips, kids were being left, not picked up. Last year, and this was the major push, last spring in athletics, it was a complete nightmare.
Yeah, no, I assume there was a good reason
Yeah.
to do it. Just we never got like any type of like a memo or anything, and it might be helpful to explain the rationale, but also because this wasn't something that was anticipated, there is an impact from that, which I'd like to understand from a building to building basis what that looks like. Because if we do have surplus, perhaps we can assist with some of that so that students aren't necessarily losing out on something that they had anticipated a certain budget amount for and either have to cancel that or have to ask parents to write bigger checks.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
aware of any trips that have been canceled, but I am aware that we have been really good, especially on particular days where upwards of 22 to 23 charters are going out on a particular day. When it looks, including field trips and sports, that they've been able to cover every single one of them.
No, I'm great that
Yeah.
there's a service. Again,
Yep.
I'm talking about if
Yep.
there's a negative to kids because it's costing more in this area, is that something that we can just say, hey, let us know what that looks like for you. We have
Sure.
additional funding and let's help them out because it obviously happened for a need.
Yep.
But it happened in the middle of the year. And so those budgets weren't prepared to pay higher costs for those buses. And I would just hate to see kids lose out on whether it's a high school trip or an elementary trip because we had to adjust something in transportation. And if we have surplus, let's cover that.
Sure. Yeah, I've not been aware of any trips that were canceled as a result of increased costs, but I will ask the principals if that is the case or there's any hardships that we'll, yeah, sure. Yep, absolutely.
Mrs. Flynn?
Thank you very much for this. I had been getting anecdotal questions about this for actually a little bit of time, and I had just been answering, I don't know what you're talking about. So it's nice to get the insight. I will say what I've seen personally is just an increase in the cost of field trips because there's a gap. So for those who don't know, a lot of our student activity fees are calculated by a calculation how many students you have in a building. The PTA comes up with that and they, send it right off to the buildings. And I think what some of the problem that could be happening is some PTAs, they know what their trip is in April, so they book it in November and they got in and then this new contract got signed. And maybe things that were booked a little bit later in February or March, they see things and there was a little bit of a gap there. So I agree with Ms. Jacobson. When I saw the word surplus, the first thought in my head was, could we use even a sliver of that to give some relief to our PTAs? I think our sports, because they come through your staff, like I said, I think our PTAs and our building level administrators are always trying to do the best by our students and our community. So like I said, we weren't aware of the problem, so I would love to help if we can.
Yeah, lesson learned on this. I mean, good intentions with some unintended consequences, but going out to bid now for this as a separate service, charters and athletics, then everything will be consistent starting on day one next year.
Okay, anything else? Mrs. Flynn?
I'm sorry, I had one question on the queue. On the teacher degree changes, and there was a lot of discussion around this if you guys just walk me through it a little bit, because like where we are with that and the unencumbered balance and then the transfer of that, just kind of walk me through that.
Yeah, so I can answer that. So we had budgeted with the intention, obviously, when by November 1st, all the teachers submit that they're going for, they're anticipating a lane change for the following year. So that's how we budget. If you don't get it in by November 1st, then you're not eligible. So we based that when we budgeted that everyone was going to complete their coursework because many of them had started the prior year. I think we talked about it last year during the budget. After the contract was signed, they got immediately an extra probably 7 months of course time to complete. So we budgeted the full amount. And then they had until August 18th to submit their final transcripts in order for payroll to process the lane advancement. Obviously, there were some folks that didn't make it to the finish line. They had good intentions, and that's where the gap is. Yes, to the good to us.
Thank you. I apologize. I only asked because that gap is being used for one of our budget transfers later, so I was just trying to reconcile the two in the queue. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
I was just going to follow up on the unencumbered balance.
Sure.
So in looking at the current unencumbered balance of that 22 million, about 15 million is for benefits. It may be in the past that they just lowered that because we expect that we're going to pay all of our benefits out, but it doesn't get encumbered in the system. So I suspect that will be the answer. That would be the answer.
And I just wanted to remind you, and also to Mr. Krasnov, I know that it's been a while, so just to repeat that the Board of Finance had requested not just that summary page, but also the accompanying pages for when you present before them.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so moving on to item 8B, approval for use of district repair and improvement project, the DRIP funds. And ask for unanimous consent to waive the reading of the motion. Thank you. No objections. So if I can have someone who makes the motion, please. Mr. Lee, seconded by Mr. Krasnov. This is with item, enclosure number 5. And Mr. Testani, if you'd like to explain what we're doing here.
As you're all aware, we received the DRIP funds that have to be expended by the end of the fiscal year on approved projects. So in this, as Frank laid out in his memo, we're looking to push up some of the approved projects that are in the budget for next year and then move up for the budgeted funds for those projects to the next level of safety and security projects that were on the list, that we would push those up into the budget with the amount that was approved by the Board of Education, the Board of Select People, and the Board of Finance, and soon to be RTM on the 26th.
Okay.
So that's what this explains. I'm sorry.
Questions, Mrs. Flynn.
I'm not sure who this to. Is the order of the project just by what the grant allows and just what is easiest? I don't know if this is for Angelus. So doing those North Stratfield, Osborne, Roger Sherman, the choice of those projects is just the timeliness of them and how they work underneath the grant, I would assume?
They were chosen because they were already in the budget for this coming approval.
So it's simply
So it
just a
was
switch.
pull out, and then the new ones that were moved in are off of our 1, 2, 3s list based on need.
Perfect, thank you.
Mrs. Jacobson?
I have no problem doing it this way, but was there any thought of, because this should technically be an adjustment on our adjustment sheet for fiscal year 27 budget, to take out the schools that are in our currently approved budget and put in RLMS, right? That should be some sort of not an adjustment dollar wise, but language wise, to just keeping these ones in the operating budget and just using the strip grant to do the RLMS in McKinley?
Sorry.
You could do that too if you were.
I mean, then you don't have to amend the budget. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I was thinking maybe you were doing this because they're like ready to go and you
Well,
don't
that's
want to
it.
wait till July 1 and
I
that
believe
kind of a thing.
We
But-
we chose to do the projects that were in the budget because the budget book was voted and approved by this board, and part of the requirement is that it's an approved project by the board.
We could have just approved RLMS today and then not amend. I mean, it's one hand's other the other, the other. Just, we're gonna have to change the budget book, that's all.
Yeah, so the reason why I had proposed to do it that way was because the language of the grant says that they have to be approved projects. And so I felt like it was just
Okay, I understand.
transparent to say that they were part of the approved
No
budget and
problem. We
that
can just
budget.
make an edit to the budget book in our sheet or whatever, that's fine. The only question I did have on the numbers was, I went to our tiered one list, and there's a bunch of these still to come. But McKinley, you have McKinley listed at, it's 115,095.37, and just on that tiered list that we got during the budget season, McKinley was listed for 160. So did that come down in estimate, or?
It did. We actually have we have an estimate from our provider, a written estimate from our provider. Originally, he gave us a budget estimate. Now that we're looking to move that project along, he was able to go in and sharpen his pencil and give us a true estimate for the project.
Okay, so you're comfortable with it not being the 160 then?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was my only questions.
Okay. We have to vote first. Right. Unfortunately, we've already got a motion on the table, so that you're up next. Any other questions? Okay, because this is a voting item. Okay, go out to the public. Any comments? Back to the board. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Krasnov.
Make a motion to extend the meeting 10 minutes to 11:10.
Okay, seconded by Mrs. Flynn. All those in favor? Mrs. Bardenwerper, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn, Mrs. Maxicanelli, Mr. Krasnov, those opposed? Ms. Rinaldi, motion passes. So meeting extended to 11:10. Next item on the agenda, item 8C, approval of the non-lapsing account for year 25-26. Ask for unanimous consent to waive the reading of the motion. Thank you. And if I can have someone make the motion, please. Mrs. Flynn, seconded by Mrs. Bardenwerper. And this is for enclosure number 6. And over to you, Mr. Testani, or to Mr. McNeary, who's going to speak to this.
Sure, so just as we're expecting a potential surplus, we're presenting this motion to create a non-lapsing account where we would transfer any surplus dollars into. At the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, there was discussion about doing a policy at the June 12th meeting that would further guide on how these funds would be expended, whether it be specifically, I think the way it's leaning is specifically for special education and transportation. And the thought is that if we're seeing surplus dollars, put it into the non-lapsing account. If we run short on transportation next year, where we have some exposure, then we would use those funds to offset any deficits there. And we would continue to monitor it. The funds, the expenditures would need to be approved by the board. That is the thinking and the reason why we're proposing it.
And just to follow up on that, so the Finance Committee meeting, correct, is June 12th, right?
Yes.
So that just as information to the board, if this does pass, because we did think in Finance Committee that it was important that there be policy in support of that, they would we'd have the language recommendation on June 12th, which would go to the next policy meeting and would be up for a one and done at the last meeting in June. So this is just giving you a heads up about that.
And I'm just going to add, can I just add procedurally? Because
Sure.
I think it's pertinent. So approving this language allows the account to be created. It's not necessarily gives us the ability to unilaterally transfer all of the surplus into the account. We're going to need to have to come to it for a budget transfer for that.
Okay, Mrs. Flynn.
And I apologize for not bringing this up before, but after reading the backup and doing a little bit of my own research, I kind of thought of this. Was there any thought of coupling those two votes at the same meeting? I'm not necessarily in support or not in support, but when I thought about having the non-lapsing account without the policy in place, I kind of just felt uncomfortable about it. I was around with the first iterations of the non-lapsing account, and I just keep hearing the word cliff over and over and over in my head. And just if there's any thought to coupling, not that there's opposition for it, but I just think for myself, I feel a touch uncomfortable putting the fund into place without the policy in place. It's not that I'm opposed to it. I just feel like I'm going to end up an unconfident supporter tonight, not in general. I'm wary of doing this without the policy in place. So just thoughts.
And I don't know if either Mr. Testani or Mr. McNary, if either of you have a reaction to the timing of this vote. I know that we were speaking very definitively that we will have a policy. However, any commentary on the timing of tonight's vote?
I mean, like I said, it's just for a matter of procedure. Because I can't put anything into the non-lapsing account without you voting on it. If you don't get the policy, then you can just not transfer the money into the account.
Okay, Mr. Krasnov.
I have no problem with creating the account. My concern is very specific guidelines on what it could be used for, because in all the finance meetings, everyone seems to want it as a rainy day fund or a specific fund for specific things like transportation, like you said. I don't want this to be held against us in budgets going forward. Regardless, I think it may. So we need to be very, very prescriptive on exactly how we define it. Otherwise, I think we're wasting our time even creating this fund.
And that's something we talked about. It's kind of a double-edged sword. You have the surplus, you want to put in the non-lapsing account because we have some exposure in transportation. There's always volatility with special education. But then people then say, well, you have that non-lapsing account, we'll just cut your budget. So it's a double-edged sword.
So what I will
100%.
say to that is that the town has an outside jobs fund where all the police overtime that's done for outside jobs done by contractors, the revenue flows into that fund, and generally there was a large surplus that built up at the time. It was maybe $2 million. Rather than the board just using all the $2 million to purchase vehicles, which is what it is doing that, but it just did it in a laddered approach where it felt like there was money in that fund. It could be used to offset the budget, and then they just said, we're not going to use all the money in one spot because then you're just going to come ask for it next year. So they did that, and they just drew the balance down over time.
My concern is if we just say transportation, the transportation budget's going to get cut every single year. Now, if we say, incidentals like lights falling down or things that we are not expecting expenses for, it's not a budget implication, it's more a protection. I want to be very careful. If you pick like transportation, they're going to cut our transportation every year by that exact amount or some amount they could.
Well, if they
Hypothetically.
do that though, they would be creating they would create like the buzzword. It's like a buzzword at the Board of Finance, but it would be a cliff because once you use all of that, we're going to need to come and ask for it because the expense doesn't go away. I understand that there could be that argument, but to me, it's just trying to be responsible and plan accordingly because to be fair, you have the money right now and the board could vote to decide, I'm not saying that you guys would do this, but theoretically you could vote to spend it right now if you wanted to. We're not doing that. We're trying to be responsible. We're trying to plan, and we're trying to create a scenario where we don't have to go to the Board of Finance if there is a deficit in special education, if there is a deficit in transportation. And I think we're very transparent about it by having this vote, by having the budget vote. And another control that you could have is you have to approve the expenditures out of here, and there's reports that has to go to the state. So it can't be spent unless it's approved. So for all those reasons, I would think it's a more sound argument for the non-lapsing account than to not have it, in my opinion.
Well, I'm not saying we shouldn't have it. I'm just saying I really feel the policy needs to be very specific
And
and
to that-
carefully crafted.
Yeah, and to that I'd say, and I'm sure Mrs. Rinaldi would agree, that's exactly what we were talking about in finance. We were very specific of, we don't want this to have any appearance of a slush fund, because then that's how it'll be treated. We also talked about not putting too much money, because then that's an even greater invitation. It's a very, there's going to be a sweet spot of, this is for emergencies, for these very specific things, which have to get board approval before it can be used in this manner. And we want all that in the policy, because even though there might be statute language, let there be the policy, which, could be sent over to Board of Finance as well.
Well, and we also may want to put some guidance into how much to put into that fund, because there might be things you should spend this year. I don't want people to put things into the fund and not spend on textbooks for next year, where we could lower the
But
budget
that's where,
for
again,
textbooks.
it can't happen without us voting on
I
it.
get
So
it.
that's,
I get
because
it.
there's one, there's spending the surplus, two, there's putting in non-lapsing, and three, there's the option of returning it to the town. So all of that would need to be a part of our conversation. Mrs. Jacobson.
Thank you. I'm glad this is actually on tonight. I wish it had been our first read so we could have had this kind of discussion about it. But I'm uncomfortable with voting for this tonight for several reasons. One, the bar TM has not actually in fact voted on our budget for next year. Number two, we don't have a policy. Many of the policies around this actually authorize the board to do it. Even though we're authorized in statute, the policy incorporates that into the policy to establish this account. Number three, we just went through a quarterly report. There's a lot of still things unencumbered. And I would feel better in June when we've got a preliminary fourth, because you're 2 months in, by June, you're going to be almost through that time period. So I would feel better knowing where things stand on that, knowing that we've had a bunch of emergencies. I don't know what's happening with Woods right now, where all that money is coming from for that emergency. So it's the timing for me, no offense. I appreciate the initiative. I've also expressed concern in the past about creating non-lapsing accounts, especially when we do it. When we did this before with the Board of Finance, when they had to do it, the actual amount that we were putting in was in the motion. And then there was a schedule saying how it was going to be expended. So there was a lot more detail around that, which I assume would come through with the policy. But there's no numbers here. There's no how it's being expended. And I get it. We would have to approve all that. But there's just several reasons why tonight I think there's still a lot unknown until June 30th right now for us. I'd like to see more of our dollars that we actually budgeted this year and that the taxpayers expected to be spent on our schools and education get spent down before the fourth quarter, and have a better idea of what that might look like. So I appreciate bringing it forward right now and the rationale behind that. I totally do. And in June, I might feel better, but if we're going to vote on it tonight before the policy, before the RTM votes, before we have a good idea of what fourth quarter might bring to us and some of these unbudgeted items, I'm just not comfortable with doing it right now. Just too much unknowns for me at this point in time. But in June, I might feel better, but it's on for approval. So just wanted to explain my thinking there. Thank you.
Ms. Spartanwerper?
I was just wondering if you can better explain what are the benefits of creating the account before the policy? Why would we want to do that right now? What does that kind of give us?
So my goal for presenting it for tonight was I just wanted to be proactive in case people had questions. So I'm not, I don't think it makes a difference for me personally if we do it tonight or if you waited. I don't think it makes a difference the other way either if you voted tonight. And I know there's differing opinions, and I hear that completely. But I'm happy it's on tonight's meeting because all things will be addressed by the end of the year, and we can have all the information, have the policy that people want in time for the fiscal year to end. So that was really the goal of presenting it tonight. But I don't think it makes, my opinion is it doesn't make a difference whether you vote on this tonight, because you're not moving any money into it. You'll vote to do a budget transfer in the future. So it's really, I don't think either way is one better, truthfully.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, well, again, it is a voting item, so out to the public, any questions? Back to the board, any final questions? Okay, yes, Mrs. Jacobson.
And through the chair, I was wondering if the board would consider a postponement of this to either a date certain or until one of our meetings in June, if people would be comfortable with that.
Mr. Krasnov?
I was just gonna say the same thing. I have a feeling that, the board's not gonna necessarily pass it now, and I think it's something that's important to eventually have, so I would also like a postponement to a date certain.
Okay, I was all set. I was okay with voting for it only because all it does is it makes it exist. It puts no money in it. It makes no promise of any money in it. It makes no promise of any use of it. So I didn't mind creating it, knowing that there was then a vacuum, which we would then use the future to fill. But that's why I had no problem with voting for it tonight. Mrs. Flynn?
Remind me again the date of the policy committee meeting in June?
I don't have my phone on me.
It won't be at the policy meeting, though.
It's first at finance. Finance was
First at
going to work
finance.
on the wording of it June 12th. And then we have, sorry, so it was 16th,
The
I
23rd.
think it's I don't have a calendar. in
No,
front of
no,
me.
I'm just saying, if
The
I was to-
Monday, I think
if
after
I
the
was to make a
12th.
motion to postpone this to a date certain of June 23rd, that's our last scheduled meeting. So that would give us room to have finance see it, policies, what? It'd be a one and done then, but I'm an abstention or a no right now tonight, and I'm a probable yes on June 20th. I agree with Mr. Krasnov. I think that this is a very important item. I think this is going to be seen by other town bodies, and while we do have the ability to do this now by state statute, like, have we communicated with the other town bodies about this? We have? Okay. Look, I just think it might be a good sign of good faith to have, like I said, we're a little short today. I don't know. I'm leaning towards a motion to
Mr.
postpone.
Krasnov.
Sorry.
I will add one other thing. The other town bodies did make it pretty clear that they actually want us to have this account. So on that part, I get it, and I'm sure they do too. I have no problem personally voting for the account to be open today, but if that's going to affect the policy and the whole process, I'd rather do it all together.
I don't see it affecting the process at all, but okay, we either, if someone's making a motion, they need to, otherwise we're going to vote. Okay, so all those in favor? Mrs. Bardenwerper, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly, Mrs. Rinaldi, Mr. Krasnov, those opposed, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Flynn. Thank you very much. And just know that that is going to be coming at the end of June, and again, one and done votes. Finally, item 8D, approval of the 2025-26 budget transfers. Recommended motion that the Board of Education approve the 2025-26 budget transfers per enclosure number 7. Motion by Mr. Lee, seconded by Ms. Rinaldi. And just as a little bit of background, this is round 1 of budget transfers. I don't know if Mr. Testani, Mr. McNair, if you just want to explain these specific budget transfers in enclosure 7.
Sure. So yeah, this would be the first round of budget transfers that we're looking to do, and much of it was covered in the quarterly report. The first one would just be to cover the encumbrance for Chromebooks that I discussed. The second one would be to cover the overage and snow removal, which is also discussed. Third would be for to cover the purchase of math textbooks, and that also ties to a budget adjustment we're making for the 26-27 to close our gap. The fourth one is to cover the purchase of a truck replacement and a new mail van. The reason for those two is for the mail van, when we had originally proposed for mail to be done in-house as opposed to being contracted out, we thought we would be able to get a vehicle from the town. We are not able to get a vehicle from the town to do that, so we need to order a truck. And then the box truck, that's the 60, it's about 66,000. That was budgeted in next year's budget. It was budgeted as a lease to buy. So you'll also see in your 26, 27 amendments, there's a reduction by the amount that was budgeted for the lease to buy financing option. So, you know, we're buying it now. We'll save on the lease financing costs, and then you'll see that coming out of the budget. And then the last one is just to kind of memorialize what I had covered in the quarterly report, which is just legal transfers, for going from general business legal to special education legal. And I had covered that, and I think I said it in this quarterly memo as well, but that would be my summary of all the transfers before you.
Okay, any questions? Mrs. Flynn?
Can we just get a detail on what Chromebooks are being pre-purchased and for whom? That 250K, what Chromebooks are those? I don't know who that's to, sorry.
Those are
Are those the replacements for which?
for grade 6 and 9.
Grade 6 and 9. Okay.
And that was a result because Marco had gotten word from our vendors that there's obviously going to be a huge increase in cost. If we had waited to purchase, I think we talked about it during the budget. Marco can give you the exact details, but I believe we saved a significant amount of money on the same product by purchasing earlier than later. But go ahead, Marco.
Yes, that's correct. Actually, they're for the next year's incoming 6th and incoming 9th graders. So the current 5th and 8th graders are going to get a new device when they're starting middle school or high school. The increase was brought to my attention from a few vendors that all had the same statement. I believe, did you put it in the notes, the actual quote?
I think it is in the actual, I have.
We received a quote from the vendor. I actually reached out asking them for a new quote. As of, I think it was 2 weeks ago, it went up about $130,000. Supposedly, which is normal the time we would be purchasing is about July 1. Obviously, once the fiscal year starts, we look at to purchase any devices. The discussion is it's going to break 200 from what we just purchased for. So it's a pretty large savings by pre-purchasing.
And is there anything new? Those are the same Chromebooks that we're using, just a new model or a same model?
They actually are the new year model. It's the same model we would have received in July. They roll out in January 1 usually, the newest model. So it's the newest model we're going to get. In fact, we also got larger screens for the 9th graders. So going forward, they're going to go with 14-inch models, larger screen, larger keyboards. The hope is to have students use those devices as their sole device and not need to bring their own device in.
Okay. I thank you for the detail.
Yep.
Anyone else? Mrs. Jacobson?
Thank you. Do we own any other cars? Like, are we gonna be the owners of the cars? Or does the town become the owner? I don't think we own any other cars.
Town owns them. The town owns them. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what kind of cars are these? Like, we're getting in the car business here, so
Sorry, the
I
town
would
owns
expect
and
that there would be
registers
like,
them.
you know, a brochure or something. Like, what? I mean, what's happening here?
So we do own, we own a couple of trucks. We don't own necessarily cars. We own the trucks that you see around town moving equipment and supplies to and from the schools. Over the years, we've reduced the number of vehicles we have. We now have 1, 2, 3. We have 2 box trucks. We have the 3rd box truck, which we are retiring, and
So
that's,
we do own, we FPS have purchased cars before.
we have purchased cars before,
I
yes.
don't remember ever purchasing a car on this board.
We've purchased outright, and we've also done the lease to purchase in our operating budgets before, so.
So I remember something, I talked about it during the budget. The town had been providing something for car. You weren't sure if they were gonna continue doing that for mail or something, so you remind my memory of that.
The town provides the maintenance for the vehicles for us.
Are they gonna,
They are gonna continue to do this, yes.
are these brand new cars?
Yes, they are.
One's a replacement.
I mean, I feel like we're never getting, I mean,
They're both from Ford. They are purchased through the agreement with the state of Connecticut, so they're purchased off of the state bid list. That's why we go with the dealership and the brand.
okay.
Because I am a Chevy guy, I don't like to buy Fords.
Oh, boy, okay. So technically the town is the owner of it.
So technically, we hold the lease, we hold the titles to the vehicles in our maintenance department, in our safe at the maintenance department. When it comes time to retire, like the yellow truck that we're retiring to replace, we turn it over to the town and they put it out to surplus bid.
Okay, all right, I just.
Yep.
A little lacking in detail in terms of buying the car, so, it's
All I'm going to ask is that any remaining questions are what are determining people's vote because of time. Otherwise, we hit 11:10, it's an automatic adjournment. We cannot extend at that point.
hey, okay,
And I am so sorry to say that. I don't like cutting off questions.
okay.
Are there any other questions? Going out to the public? No public. Coming back to the board, no remaining comments. All those in favor? Ms. Spartan-Whipper, Mr. Lee, Mrs. Jacobson, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mrs. Rinaldi, Mr. Krasnoff. Those opposed? Abstentions? Ms. Flynn. Thank you. May I have a motion to extend till 11:25? Nobody? Guy, we have to talk about initial budget adjustments. We're going to be voting on them next meeting. Or you can just trust.
Are we on?
We are on that item now.
So, I guess on that item, so a few things, or I assume we're gonna get a sheet so we can put our own things, no, our own adjustments on. What are you talking about? This is for fiscal year 27. Yes. So are we gonna be getting that sheet?
So I don't think we normally at this point got something like that. Anyone who has something to submit, I think they would get it to Mr. McNeary, I believe, and then it can be formatted so that the final column has the proposed language.
Yeah, I mean, I always do that myself. I know how to, I mean,
I-
we do get a sheet.
I can share the template that I used to create this, and if you have something, you can put it on, and then.
It's just this sheet that we get, and then we just put our names on, just like the budget.
Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah,
Okay.
I can share that with you.
The only question I have, and I guess we're gonna adjourn in 2 seconds, so is that I'm very confused by the STEAM and gifted teachers here. Because the proposal is to reduce 4, but we have 11 budgeted. So if we're out of time to discuss that.
I'll go real quick. 4 of them stay on to teach gifted. 3 positions were repurposed for math support at Holland Hill, McKinley, and Stratfield due to data, and the remaining 4 were reduced.
Okay, so I would just suggest that the motion actually be changed to do what it is that you just said you wanted to do. So you would be cutting the 11 STEAM and gifted, because the way this reads is you're leaving 7 STEAM and gifted teachers in the budget. And that's obviously not what you're intending to do.
And at this point, we are now standing
Okay.
adjourned. It is 11:10. I wish everybody a good evening.
Thank you.